their own war coming into our territory. We should get together and actually think of the different ways that we can protect our children. Because that massacre of the innocent that's going on in our country, we want our children to be able to survive, to be able to live, to rebuild a country that we are proud of, to rebuild that better what is done in Cameroon. Now let me go to this issue of, that's my point number 3. This Don Pacho, I heard you loud and clear. You should boycott. But I have a different take on it. The Republic has been preparing for this, the CAN or AFCON or whatever you call it. They've been preparing for a very long time. I think they started maybe in 2007 to prepare to host this game. As you can tell, they don't intend to host the game. What they intend to do is something really, really savage. It's something really savage. They've been practicing on our territory with those people they call Antana and Gay boys or whatever, who go out and commit atrocities, wearing or dressing up like armor boys, just so that our boys, our defense forces, our self-defense group, because they've been defending us very, very valiant. Our self-defense groups can be labeled as terrorists, so that they can get world attention and aid to come and legitimate us as they want. They've been preparing for this for a very, very long time. And as you're all aware, you know that we've had so far, we are in the second ongoing war. The first one was the decimation of all our cultural, economic, traditional institutions of government of the West Cameroon that took this relationship that just
Yes. How you spotlight two people at the same time?
So here we are in the second stage.
Because I then only two. When I spotlight, I need to see add spotlight for another person.
Now we are in the second stage.
You sure? Okay.
Actually, any country that is reasonable, stay away from Cameroon during this period. Do not bring your players, do not bring your people to come and be massacred. Because I see that these people, they've been preparing for this thing for a very, very long time. And now is their chance to have the world community to and blame it on our body, blame it on our children. The human rights abuses cannot tell the international community, tell the African international community not to come to Cameroon. The European Union is bold enough to do that. If the Americans and the Europeans can fix the Chinese, we are not coming to your country for you. Because of human rights, the Africans should be bold enough to tell Cameroon the human rights abuses and what we've seen going on in southern Cameroon is bad enough for us to take away from them. And why I say they are not ready, I think it's on Mimi Mefu or somebody that I saw our dear younger brother Paul Atamenti put out this statement that Cameroon is 40% safe on the AFCON. 40% safe. If they are 40% safe and they are not 100% safe, why would anybody want to put their foot in this? They don't have. Buildings are not ready, roads are not fixed, there's no water, intermittent electricity. So why are you going to that kind of a place? Just because we want to hold this commit major atrocities and then blame it on our self. So there are my 3 points. I will end here and ask my big brother and my dear friend, Professor Anya. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that was complete. monument also by Don Show. I mean, I think what he was getting at was that we cannot allow this problem because the enemy is projecting all of these things as part of its campaign that the situation is normal as far as they're concerned. So playing football and getting our team, they show it on the next program. This team here, this is from Birmingham, this one is from here. What are you talking about? That's very normal. So if you rascals who are caught in trouble, that's part of that policy. The game plan ever since each time they try to do this thing like that comment. So likewise, I mean I agree totally with you. I followed the interview in South Africa. So very good.
Prof, sorry to interrupt you. Are you in a position where you could turn on your camera? Because we are on SCBC, they just have a black screen.
On my camera, even if I'm not, you know what?
Okay, if you cannot, that's fine. We'll just have them project something else. Oh, great. Good. Thank you, Prof.
Let me come in fast. Some people cannot join, so there's so many people.
Okay. Sorry about that, Prof. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, I was talking about this call for boycott, which was happening. And as you said, so I just imagine what campaign just barely, I mean, just barely less than 4 weeks since it go. The kickoff is on the 7th or 9th of January. So we must actually mount this campaign for boycott. And our campaign is very, very simple. We identify all these teams that shouldn't play, write to them officially, tell the football delegations that we believe they are aware of what is going on and what is going on. Give them some statistics. And that they know very well that a situation like this, they decide to come and expose their players and delegation at the more risk and parent. We are not professors who think that precautionary measures will be taken. One of the precautionary measures will be for them to stay away from this whole thing. Because if anything happens, and we reiterate our conviction with what he shared, that even French become cynical and we want to stage something to happen. They've done that before and kill a few. And then turn around and say, well, we told you that terrorists in Yemen. Why can't you get terrorism to what they've done? So we forewarn them and shift the responsibility to them. So whatever happens, they don't blame everybody. Specifically, with them, those of them who are shut to play in our territory, we make it very clear that we don't want to happen. That will not happen. And that by insisting on coming to play, they are aiding and abetting the crime of genocide. Like saying, we should go and play football in Nazi Germany, in as they are persecuting people there committing the huge crime of genocide. And they just compromise them. Can you imagine genocide going in Rwanda and then football match being played, you're going to play a football match there? How do you feel? So we are clear on that course. Put them on notice. And once you've done that, we publicize the fact. Put it on the major media that this will have won. They have won. And we'll leave it at that. They will take that responsibility. If they still decide to go ahead, because I know French Cameroon tries to make sure. No. That is the problem. We'll provide the security. We'll drive you in the military tank, and they'll take you venue of full matches. We have rehearsed, done rehearsal, nothing is going to happen, and so on. But even in France, the power that does not prevent the action to present for one no money. So I think that's the best we can do under the circumstances. And trying to get them to boycott. And if we can pull that off, that would be a mighty blow for French Cameroon and France. We can pull that off. And I think, yeah, so that's the thing. One point, I'll come later. What has just happened, this is simply a continuation of the genocide which is French Cameroon has carried out since 5 years ago. And it doesn't come to people as a surprise. They have no war ability. They don't know how to conduct war. And because the guys are not fucking war. Never. They're not. So for them to think war is as soon as they go around, kill anybody you see. That's what it is. And this is what they've been told by their so-called generals who promote this kind of thing among the foot soldiers. So it doesn't come to us as surprise. But that means that we must assume our responsibility. And the thing is we are a bit too naive to suppose that these people are going to be very generous with us. They will never be. They've never been for the past 60 years. They're not going to be now. This war is a continuation of the violence that the foundation was way back in the 61. It's still ongoing. So the sooner we realize that frankly we have to be our own protectors. You don't have to fight the war and fight the war that we have. The sooner we realize that the better. And I think the second round now, I've done another colleagues have made that vegetarian. I have also make this proposal, which I think are this particular jump and this critical one. They want to do jump things around.
Thank you, Professor Anyangwe. And I would like to welcome Professor John Fobanjong, who has joined us. Professor Fobanjong, you're welcome to today's discussion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone.
You're welcome. You came in when we were just getting opening remarks from our guests. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. One of us are in tears. And we actually saw this coming. From what Larry was doing in the villages, burning down more mothers, homes, destroying villages across our territory. We knew that it was a matter of time, but just a matter of time, then we come into cities and start to burn down our cities. So this came as this was expected. It came as no surprise for all of us. I think what the BR regime is doing is they're doing this because of impunity. The impunity from the war they had against the Malakis. The French and the Albany have been held responsible for the massacre that is directed against the Malakis in the 60s. And because of that impunity, they now think they can commit more genocide in our territory and go away with it. And so we need to direct our energies, our attention to remind the world about what they did in the Malakis, what they did in Nigeria, what they did in Madagascar, and remind the world that impunity breeds recidivism. When you allow a criminal to go without punishment, that criminal will come back to repeat the crime. So this is one of the messages that we need to be sending out in that book. Now, if French troops were directly involved in this, they would have asked to sit down and mediate and end the war. But because the French are not directly paying a price, the supporting and financial war and knowing that those are troops, no, Africans killing one another. So the French, when they got involved in Nigeria, they were directly involved in Nigerians, of course, prevent them. Now, if French troops, if French young men went on the ground to fight against us, the French electorate would have mounted pressure on the French government to bring the war to an end. Now, France is not directly paying the price. They are financing it, but they're not paying the price in terms of bloodshed and everything. In Vietnam, all of us remember, the Americans were directly involved, and the American citizens brought pressure on the American government to stop it. If you go back in time, much of European history is a history of wars, the history of intra-European wars, and most of these wars were fought between French and English. And throughout their history, the French have never won the war against the English. So they see this as a must-win war for them. They see the war in Southern Cameroon as a continuation of the pre-colonial 500-year conflict between the Anglo-Saxons and the French. And they are bent on winning it, even though everybody is reminded that they cannot win it. But they are bent on winning it to more or less, for once in their lifetime, say that they won at least one victory against the Anglo-Saxon world. So the English, the British, need to be reminded about this. We need to remind the British. So our fellow Southern Commonwealth who live in Britain need to remind the British that we, Southern Commonians, this is the war that we're fighting. We are fighting a war. It's a continuation of the conflict that they had with the French going back to the 17th century. And so we are the last bastion of the Anglo-Saxon French rivalry that dates back to the region, dates back to 500 years. So the French is very the right wing answer. The British right wing, the British conservatives need to be reminded that we are fighting their conflict. We are here to defend the Anglo-Saxon culture, its legal system, its history, and its 500-year conflict with the French. If they are reminded about this, hopefully, we get some sympathy, if not direct support. Now, going back to the forces on the ground, we have proven to the Republic that we are determined, that we've shown our resolve to the Republic. And they know, of course, that they cannot win the war. And because they cannot win the war, they are now turning their weapons to civilians, to innocent children, others. And so we need to direct our energies at international women's organizations and remind them of the women that are getting killed by French and the other groups. We need to form partnerships across the world with women's movements. We also need to identify organizations that protect children's rights in the international system. NGOs, governmental organizations that will form to protect the rights of children and send videos, pictures of these children killed on their way back from school, killed on their way to school, and hopefully how they form coalition laws. It is gone beyond just, an francophone conflict. It's now become a conflict, a war in which we need to bring the rest of the world, especially organized groups, NGOs, and the British, to see that this is a conflict that it's a just cause, not just for us, but for them. It's just cause for Southern Cameroonians, just cause for the British, and it just cause for all international organizations that are created to protect women, to protect children's rights. Thanks.
Thank Thank you, Professor Fobanjong. We've taken open remarks. I don't think any of the other guests have come in yet. If I'm mistaken, please just notify us if you've come in. One of our other guests. I don't see anybody. So we will now, thank you for the opening remarks. We will now, I think the second part will now be open to the discussions. Before we open to discussions, I would like to share a very moving poem that was that has been circulating, written by one of us, and we will just play the poem. Yes.
Yes. So two things. Check the chat. And one, so one was by East Northward by Salmon that really captured the moment. This one was the anonymous, unfortunate now, but it really captured the emotions of the world. So let us, one of those, one thing we need one on the street, otherwise just lean back, close your eyes, and listen and reflect. And it didn't work out for me in terms of emotions.
Okay, thank you. That was the poem that was sent to us, and we had to share it. Secretary, you said the sound didn't come out?
You can just read it out.
Oh, okay, you want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay, let me just do that real quick. Okay, the poem is called We Will Remember. We will rise from the ashes and lick our wounds and blossom again. Then we will remember who set us ablaze. That memory will become a part of who we are. It will be one of many factors that will determine who to call brother or friend. It will determine how we engage. Yes, we will remember, because that's what we do. We will remember because that's how we are. We will remember because that's the price we would have to pay just for trying to be who we are. We will remember. That's the poem. We are keeping the author of the poem anonymous because it's from Ground Zero, and we wanted to share that. So we would turn back to our guests, Professor Fobanjong, Professor Ayangwe, Magi Kilo, and have an open discussion. However, you want to conduct this discussion. Like you have all said, we have been going through this over and over and over. You have highlighted some very brilliant points why there hasn't been any action, and why La Republique thinks that it is beyond reproach, the reasons for the impunity, the discrimination, the selective killing, its continued perpetuation. The question we ask ourselves at this town hall today as Southern Cameroonians is, what do we do differently? What do we have to change, or what do we have to intensify? Or is it time for us, is part of the solution escalating this thing and going after them so that the international community really takes this now as an ethnic conflict? We saw it in Sudan, the Christians and the Christian South and the Muslim North. We saw it in Rwanda, we saw it in Yugoslavia, the Balkanization of Yugoslavia. They just could not, because both sides were at each other's throat. Right now, it's only La Republique at our throat. So I would hand it over to the guests, the panelists, and then at some point, the people will come in any order. We would just like the three of you to manage this portion in any order. I'll just have an open discussion.
Come up with strategies that will give us we can fight the fight. Now here, I think that going back to 1961, we were betrayed by the British and by the UN. That can be, that's history, that's past. But today, we are betrayed by our so-called English-speaking parliamentarians. We need to bring pressure on them. We need to put pressure on them. We need to challenge them to now stand up and walk out of the parliament, so-called Cameroon parliament there in Yaoundé. Walk out, not to go home, but walk out and organize a sit-in. Sit-in at the UN head office in Yaoundé. I think Dr. Maggie can probably enlighten us. I'm sure there's a UN office in Yaoundé. If the parliamentarians in Yaoundé, parliamentarians, all of them, I'm sure they have this immunity from arrest, cannot be arrested. So if they all would walk out and drive down or walk to UN head office in Yaoundé and see it and come in and come there and maybe go on a hunger strike and say they will sit in this premises, in this compound until the UN addresses our case. If they do that, it will draw international media, it will draw the attention of the international media, and will force the UN Security Council to send a message to them that the UN compound in Yaoundé has been occupied by elected officials, elected so-called. We know they were not elected, but for them they think they were elected. So that would bring international public opinion to bear on this crisis. And I actually force the Security Council to stand with this. Because occupying the compounds of the UN, whether it's in Gambia or in Cameroon or in Myanmar, that would draw the attention of their headquarters government. That would force them to come for the emergency meeting. We assuming, of course, that Cameroonian authorities will respect their constitution and not arrest these parliamentarians. So that's one message we should be sending to these engaging parliamentarians. Then second, for the kids that were killed last week and burns roasted, I understand that they are currently demonstrating their own amendment. We should organize, get the crops from Victoria, and bring them to the Catholic Church and pose them there and send a message through the bishop and inform the Pope that will come to abandon these crops here. Until the Pope gets up, we work to the UN with other international bodies to address this crisis. These crops of these kids remain here at the Catholic Church in Ghana. That will implement it. So let's try this and see. Now, hopefully, the Catholic Church is a global, has global influence. And working with the UN, hopefully, they could bring young people to sit down and listen to us, and listen to our peace, and listen to our requests to get them out of our territory. So those are two ideas that I'd like us to debate and to discuss, and maybe Dr. Kilo, if you don't mind sharing with us what you know about the embassy and the UN headquarters in Yaoundé, and if our parliamentarians sitting there, what would the likely fallout like this?
Professor Obanjo, let me just answer that question as best I can. I've never been to the UN headquarters in Yaoundé. I don't know what it looks like. But in every country that I've visited around the continent of Africa, yes, the UN does have significant presence in the country. And for a country like Cameroon, we would have a resident coordinator that manages what we call the UN country. And that UN country team is all the agencies, all the funds and the programs of the UN. Sometimes they're in one big building like you had in Nigeria that was formed. You had the UN building where all the agencies were located. I think they tend to now disperse them a little bit around the town because of that security factor. And Cameroon being what it is, I wouldn't be surprised if UN funds, programs, and agencies are distributed around the town and not located in one place. My take on the situation, if you were going to lobby the UN, you write to them and you even inform them that you're going to have a sit. They would allow you to come into their compound and do a sitting. Because the one thing that we respect, being English-speaking Anglophone Southern Cameroonians, the one thing we respect are the human rights. And we have two human rights freedom that we actually find very, very strong to us. The right of assembly and which the Francophones don't have in their culture. And you and I know that Cameroon being a dictatorship, a banana republic, you want to call it whatever, everything, every aspect of government under one person. So you get from the high instructions of the head of state, everything that comes out of government comes out in terms of the high instructions of the head. Every minister does whatever under instructions of the head. So I wouldn't put it past that kind of a regime to actually go after parliamentarians who want to sit in. But the best thing for them to do if they wanted to do that would be to write to the resident coordinators ahead of, usually in a country like Cameroon, the resident representative of UNDP, the United Nations Development Program. So you send the letter there, and then they will respond to you. You give them the date, the time, why you want to conduct this meeting, they will allow you to do it. But they say if somebody explains Cameroon and you understand, they didn't explain well. I'm paraphrasing from the French that say, si on t'explique le Cameroun, tu comprends ce qu'on a pas bien. In other words, it's a such an enigma of a country. Those countries themselves, I think they just specialize in. They would probably go after MPs, arrest them, and whatever. And but we have other kinds of means available to us. We have the international community that we could draw the attention of. We have the rest of Africa that communicate to, because our story, we are still here talking among ourselves. We are not talking to the rest of the world. And we need to do that. We need to go to the media and tell our story to the rest of the world. You know, the reason why the Funlons and the Munas and the Ponchas didn't actually start a war in the 70s when they came out of Cuba and realized that, the situation with that this is not going to be a brotherly one. They said, oh no, we can't do it now. This was Funlon who said, we cannot. We are not ready to fight them. We cannot do it. Our children, well, we are their children, so we must do it. This is a war that we have to fight. It's a fight that we must win, and it's a war that we cannot be preaching to our children. They don't understand what is going on. They don't get it. But they need a place. They need a homeland for themselves. All the children that we see, graduates from universities, whatever, they're sitting there in Cameroon being motorbike riders when they could have opportunity. Cameroon is the one country where I see civil servants, people who are salaried people, being richer than entrepreneurs, than people who are in it. Which tells us that it's suppressed the private sector. And what we see today, honestly, I love Richard Bonner. You know, when I watch his videos, I love Richard Bonner. He says, this is the money of the taxpayer. You know, you're calling yourself somebody who owns a television station. That's money of the taxpayer. You haven't earned any of that. Go get a job. Go work. Go and get off your butt and go work. That's what Richard Bonner says, and I agree with him so much. You cannot have a country where civil servants, people who earn a salary, are richer than people who own businesses. It's not possible. So we have a problem here with a country that has gone to the dogs, as I like to put it to my friends. I think we should find other things. There are multiple means of addressing this problem. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. We haven't heard from Professor Anyangwe if he's there. I don't know if his camera is off. Prof, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
My colleagues and my friends, talking about the community, what they can do, and the actions that were proposed by John on people who are from zero, the things they can do, call attention to small things and so on. They want to make a number of what's more proposals are more on structural changes. I think and I believe must make at this critical moment. I think can happen. Like both of them pointed out, it's not new that this program is doing. Started this thing, they've been killing and going to ahead and say, we saw this coming. In other words, this is their trademark. And they're surprised that they didn't do it. Yes, I do think that the urgency of shared effort by diaspora must face decisively this heightened genocide challenge by the enemy. This goes further to strengthen our case that these people are out simply exterminate us as a people. They want their own army, they want to welcome. So the first step that poses itself as far as I see at this critical moment is for us to constitute on the bill common front that pulls together organize and organize. And to begin with, see what happened in Bamenda. It's happened for another town. But I think Bamenda is a tipping point. Let us organize civil defense groups and create them in our communities to protect the civil population and get our people to rise up from mass defiance of the enemy. That's the first thing. This front, common front. Civil defense groups, which happen in both times, all who have civil defense groups, protect the civilians, to blow the whistle whenever they perceive the enemy approaching. So, what action to take? The second point I want to make is that the enemy requires adopting a new war direction strategy. That in war there is no silver and there are no favors. War is about inflicting the greatest possible pain on the enemy. Impairing the enemy's ability to stop them so as to force capitulation. And I always say, if I may use our opinion, in war, the rule is do me and do you. So we must adopt a strategy and direction. We cannot be doing the same thing over and over and over. We can commit it to one or two gendarmes, even on a daily basis. So where would that take us? When Cameroon has calculated that I'm prepared to sacrifice 500,000 and million of this thing, they will still go to more and more and more and more. And so, and one of them said, one of the people of the times, and have a line full of people to go from for the next 50 years for the country. So, this thing we often do, all about, I'm killing a gendarme, I'm killing this, and so I've blown for one tank. It's nothing to them. They blow one tank, trying to survive more, the Chinese survive more, the Jews survive more. So why do they do that? And in the country where there's no employment, and they put out the notice for the government to from even our own people want to protect. And they send them there to kill. They are experiments. That doesn't care. So why are not the strategy and direction told at this people? And they're very serious. First thing I want to say is remember that there's a legal front which we are pretending to our local events. Our friends who are lawyers are often get disappointed that they are not helping us. I have the impression that they go, they are asleep. They're not very active helping us in this way. We need to hold those who are most criminally responsible for crimes of genocide, crime of against humanity, and war crimes, and their accomplices must hold them accountable. International, but that was like the ISIS, it's a long way to come. Given the complexity and the politics of the ISIS, it will take a long while, especially if we don't have anything power. Helping us my life will not come. So we hold them accountable, of course, when the case of ISIS. We set the evidence and everything there. But also, this is the thing, what we forgot. What's the most accountable domestically? Just take one moment of what the Jews are as what are they doing? From the beginning, they were shaping all the four corners of the world. Wherever you are, get you. We must adopt the attitude that these people, they can connect to run, they can connect to hide under the present regime, they can protect them. When the regime collapses, there will be no protection. They can run, but there is no place to rest the for them. So remind them, so many of them, they're small enough to say, oh, I'm a minister, whatever happened, my capacity as a minister. And some of them said, well, I'm just a soldier, I'm not what to do. Well, my duty is to receive, to just get instruction and obey superior orders. But under international law, these are not defenses. You can change dictators or whatever it is. The head of the state, the head himself, not exempt. So these are not defenses. When you say I receive superior orders, I obey. Or if you say, oh, I was a minister with this and so on and so forth. No, it's not defense. Moreover, they should also remind you that these crimes have no starting from invitation. Don't get it today, don't get it 5 years' time, maybe 10 years' time, 20 years' time, 30 years' time. So there's no place for refuge in any of it. None at all. And it's us to make that. We can't just put our hands in the international community. No. We should ourselves make that. And like this is from going across the territory. Seize them and do what God wants to do with them. Put them on trial. It's an own revolutionary court. Put them on trial then. Settle them. Whoever will lay hands on. I'm doing this recently from the tribunal in the UK. That's sad. I mean, on the official tribunal. But they had a moral backing because China was on trial for the treatment of this particular ethnic group. And China was not abused at this tribunal. Sat down and found China guilty of genocide against this group. You might say, well, they had no legal standing in tribunal.
Yeah.
Sat down, examined themselves. So this is something.
Okay, you, Dr. Sorry, I forgot. You, Dr. Fontaine. No, I follow the team. Okay, I'll make you follow.
So far, United States has been poor and counterproductive. Very poor, counterproductive, and opposing that will have common communication. One spokesperson, this may sound a bit too optimistic, but I think it is doable. All the different groups that are out there should be able to competently common communicate with the spokesperson. How can that be done? All the groups just sit down and say, okay, fine. We are going to send maybe one person each. That unit is the communication unit. Spokesperson with the voice of the Lord. And that spokesperson, that communication unit, will be in charge of this message which I'm talking about. One will clear our language. And align our language with collective aspiration and revolutionary struggle. When I hear people say, oh, the government took KP, once Mama is trying to put the government to start the capital, is doing something to that government. It's a government that has a right. It's a government of one brother by the government, and they are subject to check the government. Oh, the governor was here, and so on and so forth. So, all of this great confusion in the mind of the outside world, don't know exactly where we stand. We cannot at one and the same time be validating government. You're validating the enemy force by calling them soldiers. The moment you are called by soldiers, automatically you make contradiction is some people are soldiers, some people are not soldiers. So in their community, the soldiers have come. Why are you criticizing the soldier? If I job as soldier to come there, and I want to keep policy, but then to protect you, they don't know that nobody do. Something wrong, therefore, with that communication strategy. And so this communication unit, common communication, which I'm proposing, called regular review of internet media. See, every week, we don't even know what happens every week. Because our publication is in the newspapers. This unit is going to say, well, this week, this one is said about the person. This one said, this one said, this one said. Is there anything against us? Is there anything in our favor? So what can we do? How do we respond to that? That's what they should be doing. And they should not, communicate. State what is going on. Regular press briefings, regular situation reports, and this report should be sent to international organizations, embassies, and major media outlets. That's how we get to establish our own view in the mind of the international community. For me, this is so important because we should stop disseminating messages from the enemy. We do this, but we advertise enemies. I can't understand why. The little thing comes out from somebody down in the own personality. We do spread it all over our all of us. Somebody comes beyond the enemy, we spread it all over. It's us advertising their position, validating their position. Why do we do that? Why? Others should be suppressed. It's not business for us to advertise whatever position they do, whatever they see. So as a matter of urgency, we need to step up this communication and this spokesperson which are suggested. And that relation is responsible for the joint committee to put in place, consisting, as I say, of representation of significant movements. The unit should be part of quick and coherent messaging, projecting our position, and counter any project and propaganda. We must stop this war cinema and sick and tired. Every day we're watching it, and when you watch it, and so on, we are fighting all this and so on and so forth, exposing everybody. It's a cinema we're thinking, war is a cinema. No, why would we do that? So videos of war operation and casualty must be classified and declassified only after independence. Now what's happened? So this Amazonian communication unit which I'm proposing therefore periodically provide short war community to our community or whatever by moving forward to a winning solution. Shall have a page communicate. This plane was operation so, and it was a post of that's it. Why do I have pictures we see in the mobile phone? It's a crucial picture we want to see, which has led to the suppression of some people. Then we don't need that. We must stop putting out pictures of our freedom fighters. Independence that identities of these commercial arms can then come out. 6. I have the impression that we have turned around from talking about negotiations and get that to end in itself. But we mustn't call that future negotiation or mediation remains hypothetical. It may happen, it may not happen. No one knows. And so then, we should not approach this whole matter as though it's the end itself. Negotiation or mediation is not the end itself. And we should not allow that matter to consume much of our time, energy, and resources, as I see happening in various platforms. We should not see it as a possibility, but we must make it. Whatever all around us now, focusing on the nation, on our countries, as it has to end itself. That this is the enemy. But that's a first time for us. We spend a lot of time and the enemy is very happy that that's happening. We don't have time to think, concentrate. And we didn't quarrel amongst ourselves about the nation or on the decision. Why should we do that? We should focus on this change what the trajectory and strategy that I've said and direct our attention on serious effective rather than scratching the enemy and failing to debate his military capacity and capability. And then really want to bring it down there and so on. By the time, they're very scratchy. It's not that. That has not changed one thing. They still have the marks in our tablets. They are still there. Nothing has changed. If anything, they brought their marks that is closer and closer to the population so as to crush the thing. I don't know anything about it. We should stop focusing attention on the outside. That's why they want to say. In the hope that salvation shall come from that direction. The first law of the revolutionary warfare is this. Count on yourself first, and all else shall be added for you. It is only when we show our ability and commitment to do damage, serious damage. Only then will the outside will come and say, we must have been here to do something. And so long as we still on the surface, all of that and so on and so forth, each time going to prayer, do this and so on, and we don't really want to do it. You know? We're wasting time. And I'm getting grounds. So we must first develop self-reliance and stop all this current for favor from the internal community. Because no way to come. Remember, they too have played a political game. In the local constituency. And I was going to hear what John was analyzing about the fact that this country now has a foot on the ground. The unlikely to move. In France, we know it's financing the war against Cameroons. We know that. And it's financing Boko Haram on terrorist movements in Africa. That's well documented. Just think about it. The world has documented that American funds are not bleach and beach. It's still there. And the reason why it's still there is because there are no boats on the ground. And no policies. So this, so long as they don't have boats on the ground, their constituencies are not going to be problem. They are not. American, British, whatever, French, everyone is involved. All politics is local. They will much more control local issues rather than some remote issues. Some place called it Amazonian. So we must therefore always count on ourselves. The moment we start hurting this body, that interest, it will change overnight. We will not make it right. Then some will come to work. So, in my view, we should stop focusing on our nation, on outside. We count more and more on ourselves. I believe we don't have a lot of scientists. I think it was who I know we talked about Cameroons and John we talked about the nuclear option. When America did in the Second World War, consulted with scientists. Scientists saw distance with it. They did what they did. That was the end of the war. End of story. And I think we have thinking heads that can bring that about. Turn this war around. So the enemy will come crawling and begging. We have that possibility to do that. It's not going to have outside that is going to tell you to do that or how to do that or even to ask you to do that. No, it's not going to happen. That's what I want to do. First, that to remind ourselves that Macedonia is an interesting development that is going on, for which we not very much attention. And Macedonia is essentially this policy country, right? But look at it. It is there at on both sides an enemy jihadist forces, unleashed by the enemy to the east of our border, and a friendly regime to the west. Right now, as we speak, are present in north of the DRC. That's why Uganda has moved in there. Because Uganda foresees there are part of Cameroon, where Boko Haram has a foothold. They have jihadists northeast of Nigeria, but Boko Haram president is well known, is well documented, and Nigeria is unwilling and unable to destroy them, precisely because they have a blessing there, but the Buhari regime, they have them in charge. Now, how to also Central African Republic? And we know that French Cameroon, the enemy, has retired many of them as mercenaries right on the sites. We know this. We have seen so-called Hausa rural action with and also the government. Well, who like to sub language? It's jihadist. And a friend confessed to me, and I think John will call this, that as far as the jihad is concerned, the Southern Cameroon is part of the territory of 1 It was strange for some reason, I never knew this. They claim that the Southern Cameroon is part of the Sokoto Sultanate. Loud enough to make this one loud enough. And that's what we see this. So that we are fighting with an existential war here, who is determined to destroy us. And French Cameroon is cashing in that. Finally, I just want to say that we must devise strategies for dealing with confirmed collaborationists, with colonists, spies, and traitors. We know that Judas, Peter, Crispy, and all these men are strong. Always. It is driven by the rebellion. Always. Because human nature is what it is. And what is that? You're surprised to hear that after the Civil War, hundreds of thousands of collaborators, the French executed. So this is a full collaboration with Nazi Germany. The same thing in Algeria. The same thing which prosecuted with America. The Americans did also. So we must devise a way of handling this kind of situation. We cannot neglect the possible. We can't. All struggles have always been right way. What our being is kind of taking the question of saying about the confirmed collaboration. We're not just jump over anybody with time. So this is collaboration, this is economy, this is spy. No. People have certified who have over the past 5 years a track record by my country people. That's a track record. They call him a traitor to conquer one level. At the time of the collaboration, a traitor. But what's the job? So, like you said, you guys there,
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for that very, very elaborate presentation. I think you've given us a lot to work on. The problem now is execution of some of the fine points. But I will come back to Professor Banjong and then back to Ya. Maybe Prof may want to add or give his own thoughts. Prof, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. When you start points, one of the points which actually imply that also gets given an assignment. We know it was 2 years ago that Gambia brought suit against Myanmar. Myanmar is about 12,000 miles away from Gambia. But Gambia brought suit at ICJ against Myanmar to protect the rights of Rohingyas. Gambia is a country that has history that very much not small. Getting annexed by Senegal. If Today I think the Rohingyas feel freer than they were before Gambia brought us. So that's one possible option. I don't think we've invested enough in diplomacy, and diplomacy is what actually produces results in matters of asymmetric conflicts. We know we cannot win this war. French Cameroon knows we cannot win this war. They've been reminded time and again. Our energies now, as much as we continuing to fight and defend, we need to invest more in diplomacy. So I'm calling on the IG, leadership, to organize a delegation that will fly to Gambia and lobby Gambians to bring this break. The point about our scientists, yes, I like that point. We live in an era where people with the proper know-how, experts with the proper know-how, can bring down the internet system, the computer system. So we can work in identifying talented South Cameroonians who are out here in the diaspora and have them work to see how they can sabotage, how they can hack the computer system that they own, especially around daytime. Students want to get paid around the 24th, around the 20th of the month or so. To find a way to bring down the computer system and bring it down. Before we get time to get to bring back the sense the masses, especially the military. If we go for 2 weeks a month, 2 months without pay, it's probable that they want to direct their theory on the regime. So those are 2 proposals I'd like to maybe have on brainstorm on, maybe have you want to take on this first idea about traveling to Gambia, talk to the Gambian government, due to what they've done to the Rohingyas and the Mayans.
Thank you, Prof. Before Professor Ayangwe comes in, let's just give here a few minutes so that no one person is on the side too long. So, yeah, to you, then we'll come to Professor Ayangwe to respond to Professor Fobanjon's proposal.
Okay, very quickly, I would have loved, because I've seen 2 hands up for a while, and I think that those 2 hands are burning questions for us. But before, if you wish to take on the 2 hands, let me just confirm. This morning I got up and I saw a press release from the Ministry of Defense on the issue of the burning of our Benji Road home. And typical, it came out only in French, just something happens in an English-speaking area, something happens among people who speak only English, and of course, respond in French. So that I thought was really putting back all the issues that are making us not wanting to have it. I mean, just consider these people as good neighbors, okay? They're our neighbors and they're good neighbors. They shouldn't be on our territory. You don't have any business there. The second point is, in the line that is in that document, that I read, said the military had some explosives accidents there and in their response, they came across a storage or a factory of explosives or something like that. So I said, if that fire that we saw was created by explosives, we would see a crater. They would show us. There is no crater. These are people's homes. We've seen close up. I mean, there is a pastor whose home was burned and whose son was almost killed by the military. He said how he got out and actually confronted the military and they almost killed him with them. And here is the lying, cheating, human rights abusing government of the Republic of Cameroon coming up with another lie and a terrible one at that became a factory, and that's what an explosive factory, and that's what created the incident of homes being burned on Bank Road in Bamenda. And I'm like, okay, so I'm not stupid. I don't know what happens in an explosive situation. So what is the crater? None. These people are preparing something really sinister. And for me, I just think we go out for a full boycott of Bhutan because Bhutan or whatever aspect. Because I see that they've been preparing this for a very long time. And honestly, I'm not going to put it past Asahanji. I know Paul very well. We grew up in small mountains together. He is a son of the sun. Taken that summary into that Republic government, and that is where all of these things are coming. I don't put it past at all Asahanji. Take Asahanji voice in the DDR center and go create some horror impact on part of our voice, once again they go as terrorists. No. Really, I mean, this is very, very bad. From the Ministry of Defense is the most pathetic I've seen of communication. Just show me the crater. Explosive factory, oh my. So that's my point, and maybe I'd like to put our here around the screen. I want to say, and I see that Patricia now is on.
Let me call him.
Call him, and I want to say this to Patrice because Professor Abdallah, you as a Bamilican man of the francophone side of this divide. I am impressed by the pronouncements that you made in the past, and I would very, very much like to thank you. But to say that if we really are brothers in a union, how come people didn't cry foul since 2016 when, to the eye of the entire world, everybody reported our sons being slaughtered, being killed by the heavy-handed military of the Republic. They are coming now, it's too late. All our people have been radicalized, and I don't know what you can do in our hearts. I think that I know I can speak for most people here. We're gone. We don't want to be in. If my brother hurts, I'm hurt. If my sister hurts, I'm hurt. So where have our brothers been all this time? Since 2016? But I can even tell you that it started long before 2000. We've been going through this every time that there is peaceful demonstrations. You live in America and you know what I'm talking about. The right to gather, to assemble, the freedom to assemble, the freedom to speak up. These are things that are really embedded in our Anglo-Saxon DNA. And we cannot live in a union that does not allow us to practice freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. I would like to hear from my brother, Sebastian. And thank you so much for all the things that you say. But you can see, I'm tired of it. It's a little too late, isn't it? Thank you so much.
Yeah, before you go on, I think after all, I'd like to say this.
Yes, no, I want to welcome Professor Patrice Nganang to the discussion. Prof, thank you for coming in. We had opening comments, and we are now in a discussion from you, the special guests, and then we would get the other people in soon. So you're welcome. We just like your appreciation of what's going on. You heard what Nia Magikilo had to say. We are fired up about the killings, and we are trying to come up with proposals, suggestions, a plan of action of moving forward. We are tired of the killings. We come here, we mourn, we have takundons, we cry, we show videos, and something has to change on the ground, and that's what we are discussing today. Professor Ironwell was waiting, but since you just came in, Professor Ironwell, let's just give Professor Patrice Ngana a minute to catch up in the conversation. Then we'll come back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I apologize. I accumulated the link a couple of minutes ago, so I was outside, and I've been watching the videos, and not only the last ones, but before as well. So I think you speak out of my mind as well. So I've been watching all of them. The pedagogy of generation is essential because people simply will also need to understand the fundamentals before coming to the historical part of understanding fundamentals, and that's what they are laying on the table. I am really saying honestly, so this is something that needs to be done. Having it done by, if I may say, by movement is essential as well, because men tend to take care of those essentials or those fundamentals more than women do, and yet it is women who are the children that now. So they are the foundation, you are the foundation, and having your voice actually that is essential. You've touched one or two things there that actually very much critical, and they address the anthropology of the fight we are having. There is one particular, I would say, one difference between anthropology of the struggle and what I've seen in English, that amongst francophones you tend to study this in an anthropological way, simply matter of fact is a description of the people who are terms and people who are not, and there is an attempt also to turn one side against the other. But what is worrisome, and has always been worrisome for me, is that amongst these speakers, francophones are looked as blocked. So they are presented as people from Brazil, actually offense people of, let's say, Bedouin, or people of Manante. As if from Darwan to Bafusam, there has not been a history of struggles, of competitions. As if from Momegan to, let's even say Yaoundé, as if from Momegan to Yaoundé, there is no history of struggle and of competition. And it has always worried me, really. And at the end of the day, I had a feeling that because as a to walk through history that you maybe did not care to read about, and francophones also did not care to read about your own history, and that's why we speak about or next to each other. The bottom line is that we don't know each other. People who don't know each other don't care about each other's destiny. That's what I'm trying to say. It's that you will take something momentous for people who simply say there's a phone, and actually will not understand that there is this differences between Bali and Tico. I don't know, the Asusu, and they ask me when they are on the map, I will not even know. So, and in those kinds of things, I'm probably not part of it. I do know, just to see. And so most will, since people don't know that there was a history of competition between this group and that group, between the north and the south, what side was still on, and if you go back, you want to go back to Nigeria or stay in Nigeria or the function. So those kinds of details and how did they sink anthropologically into the anthropological fabric, people will not seem to know. And when people don't know, out of ignorance, they will either not care or they will act foolishly. That is the one side I want to say. I said there are two answers I want to give. That's the first one. Ignorance, people don't know, so they don't care. The other thing is that when people don't know, I'm happy that in these now 4 years of intensive let's say, hot struggle, because I would say this all started in 1985. In 4 years of intense struggle, in Amazonia, we haven't seen a turnaround in gains in francophone population. Two things made me worried. First, at the very beginning, when the match of the BBC wrote, his one of his last Facebook postings before he was arrested, was so vicious against the francophones, and I had to actually go to one myself before being arrested to ask him if he had changed his mind, because it was such a vicious attack against the francophones in general, in blanket attack. And the other person who did that is Cameroons. So if I talk with him, that's exactly what I'll ask him, because after the events in Bamenda 2 days ago, he posted and when he went there, and so he posted something on his page that was also so vicious, but also such a blanket condemnation of all francophone frauds. So the sentence read, frauds are evil. And I stopped at that because that mentioned exactly because it is born out of ignorance. So I'm rolling down my page here to be able to find it, and yes, here it is. Evil people, frauds are evil. So you see, there's a blanket condemnation that is housed in anthropological ignorance. So this is 2 years ago. And Marshall Dixon's posting was before his arrest. It means it hasn't changed. It means ignorance is still there. But I am happy that combatants, the boys themselves, and activists who are actually well-minded do not act out of that ignorance. That's a consequence of it. You've not seen, and I haven't seen any action against francophones living in the Northwest and Southwest. I haven't seen any. And I'm happy that the people can find that distinction. So if you follow my own analysis of my page and anyway, you will realize that I'm insistent all the time, really. And I'm sure, at a certain point I'm criticized for that, but I'm insistent on that pathological distinction, because those who fight are people, and people who are neighbors, people who know each other, people who have a long history with each other. And it's essential that one looks into that history as well, that anthropology. And you will not have, a guerrilla warfare without anthropology. It is impossible. Because we'll have to tap in people's cultural organizations. We'll have to tap in their sociology, in their organization of their own territory, in their self-defense forces, in their team, in their all of that. It means you have to tap into the anthropology. And you need to essentially understand that it happens that the Bamileke people are not running away from the question, I'm simply laying down the backbone of that question. The Bamileke people share most of the anthropology of Amazonia, most of it, from Jangi to you name it. It is the same. I mean, there we go. So it happens that we share the same anthropology. It also happens that we share the same history, but the history that's happening now in Amazonia happened in the Bamileke left in 1959 and 1970, exactly when it was executed. And to me, I even run into the personnel. General people talk about the fact that Midland is not high in Northwest and Southwest. It is a correlation history because it does mean that the Northwest, all the Southwest was welcoming all of them. And Tom Bell is an example of massive killing of but hey, so we don't want to put that on the table. Essentially, that we share history of fight, and what is happening here is something that I also went to. Therefore, one can understand that people are, how can I say, cautious. That people say that is exactly what we went through, and we know the consequences of it. Like I think you understand what I'm trying to say. Some people are cautious. They say, look, all the tactics that are happening here, it is exactly the same tactics. Even the way people are killed, even the way they are transferred to because of the way they are sentenced, even the way they are, beheaded, every single thing is the same. Before I was arrested, I had a tour of the west end of the northwest and the southwest end, and I was interviewing people who were involved in those findings of the 60s and 70s. I did interview many who actually carried out those beheadings. It's the same tactics. Burying people alive. It is the same, really the same. So I think you can understand that the people went through that, the burning of chieftains. Well, I mean, it is exactly, and I understand that those people are still living. They are my parents. They are our mothers and fathers. And they are in Kuala, in Bafisam, in Bagati, in all those places. And the headquarters of one team was in the outskirts of Bangladesh, where I come from, exactly close to my village. So they know him. They know the material he was using. They know where he left the arrested. They actually presented all those things to me. So it is the history that is living. People know that history. And people also know that they dies because of specific reasons. And at the beginning of any struggle that is so close to the one that was lost, that is really a mimic, that is mimicking the one that was lost. I think anybody will understand that people that will be cautious will say, okay, let us first of all see where it's going. Let us first of all measure how it's going to play out. Let us not jump in it first. Let us not actually repeat the history that we know has been bloody. Let us not actually act out of impulses that are too negative. Let us maybe be careful. So, and I think it is general magnetic attitude. You have intellectual sympathy, you have historical sympathy, you have understanding, but you have a political caution. You have a human caution. I've not seen anyone really who will not understand that it is a political attitude. And that attitude can change depending on the region. So I'm going to give you one example. Anybody will see what you do. And I've not seen any family person who wasn't happy. I mean, I was like, yes, and yet it is a hit that happens amongst Francophones. It is a hit that happens in amongst the army that has built itself in Francophone population. It's used the Francophone population is highly inside the Francophone social fabric. But yet, I haven't seen anybody in the person who wasn't happy, who didn't see, yes, this is you. So, and that constitution of heroism has a history. We will go back into Venezuela, we will have the Quanti, we will have people like Togo, you will have Tanker Norway, you will have a long list of people who, even the way they stand, even the kind of clothes they have, even the kind of photos they have. You have all of them in black and white, the 60s and the 70s, exactly with Bangladesh. So what I'm trying to say is that you have caution. You have people who actually are careful, but you also have people who see through light when actions happen, and that is why I see the sentences of hope. I hope I have not been too long. I know I have been, but it is an attempt to give a sensible answer to a very difficult question that might look
that was a baptism of fire. Welcome, Professor Patrice. Next time. Yes, but Professor, please make it brief because Professor Fabandron had asked Professor Ayangwe a question. He was about to come on. Please make it brief so that.
Unfortunately, I'm going to join because of circumstances. I cannot be equal and engage as a normal session. And my colleague and brother have made a very relevant point. I I'm going to use my responsibility for by saying something about my own heritage. My grandmother is from Bible. My children are named Bible names. My in-law went on exile because I will not call it even everybody will compare to me what they did to Bible. In essence, one child some people continue that we join that to our brothers and sisters from, and this is not me, this is issue. And today the war is against me, and I tell my office, and then tell me, why do you call it a problem? Why do you call it anger? I cannot help you because I speak Greek. An action, and let us take one aside. No doubt that a brother man. It is no doubt that the book of God person who has waged war against Cameroon. When you meet like man, the common now of nowhere that they remain the family. When you go to the University of Bamenda, the instrument of repression of that is that report notification of our fighters. We know that.
Okay, thank you.
And the question I would ask, we can be more people that when all I know, my brothers, my uncles, my aunties are in trouble and I need their help. And I am not seeing their help. Get unconditional help and back. We are not the people who want to get one from who are calling to number two, not students of life.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry,
Yes, let us. Okay, thank you, Prophet Man. We don't want to turn it into holding Professor Nganang responsible for everything. He's just, a guest about a way moving forward. Prof. Nganang, please don't take any of this personal. So,
no, I never do.
Yes.
Has dealt with this is used to dealing with. It's the concept of tokenism. So I think it will be in digital analysis you will have to include the concept of tokenism. I would say tribal tokenism is essential in maintaining the structure of power. And you can also understand that that the tribal tokenism that is used, that has been used, essentially uses people who are in the weakest position, who are the weakest layer amongst the Africans, to have them posted in Amala. I can even talk about my own history. I am Bangladesh, and I say that one year's headquarters was in Bazoo. Now, the Atamenti of our time back then, he was from Bazoo himself. So, Aijo, who was from the north, took as Minister of Administration. The guy from Bazoo was one of the worst zealots you may ever have. The first thing he did build in Bazoo, and the only thing he built in Bazoo, was a jail. His own village. Never built a road, never built a hospital, never built a street, nothing. He built a jail. So as a consequence, if you don't happen, so you see, when the people were so angry at him that because he built a house, his own house, and had some apartments to, as rentals. Then people decided nobody will rent his apartments, and they're always empty, until today. And, bushes are growing, he died, a couple of years ago, long time ago. Bushes are growing in his house, in his village house, because nobody wants to pick up. You see, a way of saying that the tokenism is one way to understand that, and it is a way that has been used by the structure of power all along. The position of Atanganti is actually occupying a very same anthropological position that Kwayem is. His name was Kwayem. Edom Kwayem. So I'm actually very much close to him because my own father used to work in that ministry, and I suspect it was through him that my old father walked into that. You see. So it is a history that I'm very much familiar with. And I think that if you forget the issue of tokenism, you will not even see why Kanachi is the one who was tapped to occupy that position he's occupying now.
Thank you, Prof. Let's come back to Professor Ayangwe. I think Professor Fobanjong had an assignment for you to lead a delegation to Gambia, and you were going to respond to that. And you can also respond in addition to what Professor Ganang and Yamagi Kilo have added to the conversation. Then I think we will take a few hands.
Thank you very much. I think I will start with what Professor Ganang has said. And I think he gives a very familiar narrative. I was very,
We cannot see you, Prof.
I was struck when what has always happened during the 1G incident. I'm not involved in why it was. And it struck me that this guy, the guys in power, always use somebody who is in the back actually to do what kind of damage one. So really, and I think remember there's another guy who I introduced, Comment Samuel. I think that was his name. Yes. That was his chief advisor, and he was actually by in every way. He was in the shadows by the way. But he could tell I need to exact what all the things very interesting. As the professor says, familiar story. Familiar story. Somewhere in the back, yeah. That's cynical, and they've been doing this over the years. On the advice of the French, I suppose. Coming to, and I just want to add also that what this recent incident in Bamenda shows, the burning, is not new. But what it shows is that the Yaoundé regime, right, has not bothered to make that republic attractive at all. They have not bothered to do that. It's like saying, go to hell, this is how we are, this is who we are, so go to hell. And it's been like that over the years, over the decades. So when we find out the terms of these things, coming back to the question which Professor John Pomanyo asked about the Gambia, of course that would be the easiest part, is to go to the Gambia and try to get them to do what they did for those Wenga people. That would be the easiest part. But I must tell you that these things are not as straightforward as we see them outside. Going to the ICJ costs a lot of money. money. So the Ugandans get provided by the Arabs. Provided by the Arabs. And the Gambia was just, you just go and do that thing. Here's the money. And that had were not long. So we have that respect put the deal for us. That's the easier thing. But I want to say that going to that there's a friend of ours, he's the Afghan possible. He's there with him in the United States. He was there and just came back and did not long ago. I think about just a few weeks back. Spent about a month in the Gambia. Trying to I'm not briefing, he's not briefing yet. Tell me exactly what that discussion was all about. But decided perhaps along the same line what we think about. So maybe we'll have to contact him and find out what happened at the end of the day. Whether the Gambians support coming, whether they didn't know anything about it. Okay, sometimes I see that countries too. Small countries like Gambia were more concerned with their local politics than to get themselves involved in some of these issues. Even if they didn't, maybe it's pathetic. But I know that at one time, one of these cases being brought up at the Human Rights Commission by Joe. I think I was at that time I was with Ambassador Fossum. Two of us. But you by the foreign minister. Fortunately for us, a couple of weeks later, there was a shuffle, the government of a shuffle, and a lot of them foreign ministers. One of the students was here. And because of that, then there was no follow-up. The ministry, they were trying to write and so on. The teachers would say, well, the new minister has come, you have to start the fire, and so on and so forth. All we knew, of course, was put the data for the rest of history. So that's the angle. The government was trying to find out what the thinking is at the moment, especially now as the incumbent has been re-elected. So we might have some luck. This is the last term. He has not to lose. We want to venture into foreign affairs, a small country like that. But let me just tell you with confidence, because you will ask, why has the AU been so quiet about this one? There's been not one single African country raised since we got. We got the answer. Some authority told us that, look, that they're not aware of what is going on. But the issue is that Mr. Bia has not hurt anybody. Mr. Bia has not offended anybody. So people think, well, they should not offend him. They like say, well, just wait. After it's out of the scene, maybe they'll make it to come out. And as you know, throughout his presidency, transport years, when Ghana, they one of the cases. One, just one, yeah. That Bia has said the continental organization, nobody does it. And it makes no statement for what is happening in any other country. It issues no statement, it's just quiet. So countries actually have very lost money. That's it, massive quiet. So they stay quiet.
Thank you, Prof. I don't know if Professor Banjan was nodding when Professor Patrice Nganan was speaking about the tokenism. Yes.
The number of hands have increased from 2 to 4.
Yes.
We take the hands rather than us talking to ourselves.
Yes. Let's just have Professor Banjan respond. Yeah. Then.
I see IC for Heritage American.
Yes. Yes, let's just have Professor Fabanjang respond, then we'll take the hands before we go to another topic. He was just about to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Gambia is one of, there's also Norway. There was this past week, some watch a video of, I think, Jane Edgman, the Secretary of the Norwegian Council for Peace. He was very passionate, very passionate. The message is that the Norwegian civil society sympathizes with Hong Kong's are able to travel to Zambia, continue on to Norway, and possibly ask for an audience with their foreign minister. Norway, as all of us know, has been instrumental in brokering peace in other parts of the world between the Israelis, Palestinians, so with their civil society, sympathy that its civil society has shown is to our cause, I'm sure they would be open to sitting down and talk with us. An influential nation. It is respect, it is God, very much like Israel. So I think if Canada cannot do the work, maybe in Norway can. So reach out to them, see if you can get money.
Thank you, Prof. So we would ask all our guests to just take notes. We have about 4 hands up. What I would tell those with hands up is that we are now in the question segment. If you have questions, please ask questions, not comments. When we are done taking questions, we will come back to comments. As we read during the House rules, you have 1 minute to ask your question. So just please be brief and to the point. If you leave it open, it will be thrown to the panelists. If you wanted a specific panelist's opinion or remark on something they said, mention it when you ask the question. So the first hand is Isaac. Again, it's questions, and please hold your question to 1 minute. We will come back for comments. Isaac, go ahead. Your hand is up. Unmute yourself. Okay, thank you so much for respecting that. Info, unmute yourself. Do you have a question or a comment? Info, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you very much, Comrade Atom. I have a comment concerning what Professor Kassan was saying, so I'm just waiting to read comments.
Okay, thank you. Yes, looks like. What about you, Comrade Charles? Unmute yourself. Do you have a question or a comment?
I can tell you the question.
No, I mean, if it's a comment, it's up to you if you want to ask it as a question or you want to wait for the comment.
Tribal or regional kind of if someone comes to this part of the country supporting that side or I mean, is it not the concept of civil parties and liberal freedom systems, law system, and all that? Because we have people in Amazon probably have that our people question that. So we cannot say that the next one. No, we found people who support it, and about people who don't support it. When we get the concept right, whoever wants to align with that concept, they do it. So don't we think so? And concerning the party, don't we think rather country that can support all of us to train our people as own support, train ourselves rather than doing all this legal thing because there's no court that can enforce any law and win it.
Thank you. So before we go to the answer, let's take one more. Heritage America TV. Do you have a question or a comment? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is just, first of all, I would like to thank the town hall for their work so far, and they're putting the head together. My take is on education. It's not only time to get over. find a way to how can we like help that can get money. Now, right now, what I'm thinking, we can represent, you know, we are pulling the house together, we are putting the company together, so that we can follow together. Yeah, so that we can also, we are also voting for some people. And I wanted to actually advise, like those who are dividing us. We have dividers in platforms like Jonathan or they are like dividers.
Can we?
Like, I'm just trying to ask, like, what is it you can take and put an end to people like this? They are not for the revolution. Why do they do the that is, I have a question.
Thank you.
Comrade, I think there's one thing that we probably want to just strike out here. We don't usually agree that the person standing and call one of his house names that you're giving. Just ask your questions and direct them to the comrade, please.
Yeah, that was the thing, but we have to do by now, or fully ourselves by not addressing
Okay, but if people are not here to defend themselves, we can. Anyway.
Oh, that's a volunteer. That's a volunteer.
Okay.
I know he was attacking me.
All right. We're not going to turn this into something personal back and forth. Let's just have our guests answer the questions. The first question, I think, was directed to one section to Professor Nganan, and then the second part to Professor Ayangwe, and then the second question can go to the whole panel. What can we do to bring our heads together? But the whole panel is welcome to chip in. Professor Nganan, we'll start with you if you have the question down.
Yeah, so here is the thing, is that it's very much difficult to analyze any conflict based on the African continent only with ideas that are battling each other, where one will see on one hand you have democracy, on the other hand you have tyranny, on the one hand you have nation, on the other hand you have republic. So I think we understand clearly that any conflict that is happening on that continent will have to be looked at from the tribal lens as well. Because if you don't, you will simply have the consequences of tribal history between people. Because a conflict is a conflict
Who is that? Thank you.
So, because of the significance of tribal component in our struggles, and I may call out such a house because of the lack of political analysis of that tribal dimension. In general, we are weakened and we fall on a defensive position when the issue of pride is put on the table. So let me shift the lens a little bit and take race. There are also some books on race. There are also some books that explain the connection between race. And there are also some books that suggest roads that one can use out of actually, in front of me now, I have some books that look critical race theory, and it is only two that I have managed to make my library full of books on race. Now, if you were asked to show one or two books that will actually take the landscape and analyze that landscape using pride as one of the most important components, you will simply not have them. What I'm trying to say is that that the intellectual class actually has done its job, it has worked, it has helped us. And the consequence is that we are pushed, we are against the wall all the time. So we tend to deny, we tend to run away, we tend to be chicken out of our own mental position when someone has the issue of pride. We tend to simply say this tribalism, we don't want tribalism, we don't want tribalism. like somebody was without one person. It's nowhere. One would need to then see to see how does it manifest itself. What are the roots of it? What are the components of it? I took the example of tokenism before, and we realized quickly that from 1960, 1970, where you had marketing people actually doing the job because the world was particular. You have the same structure that applied in Upperland where you have an energy doing exactly that. So, and it has to be somebody from that particular region. So what is the name of that structure? It needs to be named because it is repetitive. It comes again and again and again. In other words, if the Civil War was in the north, certainly Adaka himself will know that the Minister of Administration there will be from the north. Because you already want that. Because it is a structure that has a reality, a political reality. And if you don't name it, you will not be able to organize yourselves around something that one would call your enemy. Because how will you name it or even know what you're fighting against when what you're fighting against is obviously tribal, obviously has a tribal, obviously has a tribal machinery, organization, obviously has a tribal history. So you cannot afford to take that tribal history, that tribal organization, that tribal structure, and make it your own and transfer it to you. I'm going to give you the last example and move away from it. You know that so much about it. If you take, the war in Uganda, at the beginning of the war, the British war in Uganda, under the tribe of Muslim, what is clear is that he started in his own tribe, but his intention was national. His idea was national to build a nation. But he started with his tribe, and of course, he had a time of Rwandese who were refugees back then in Uganda. People like that. So he started in his tribe, but his intention was national. I would say, as far as Cameroon is concerned, you have a regime that is tribal in its own structure, but is actually fighting an organization, Amazonia, that is not tribal. And that regime, tribal in its structure, is trying to tribalize your own organization. And it would be a mistake to actually take the paradigm wants to draw you in and accept it. Because if you say you don't want tribalism here, you have actually accepted its paradigm already. Because no idea is not Amazonia is not tribal. It is definitely not. But yet the regime you're fighting against is tribal in structure. It is opposed to the Uganda case I was giving, where Museveni started in his tribe and his structure, he wanted to have a national structure. So you have two opposite models there. And I hope when we talk about pride, that we will not actually become hysterical. Because these are political realities we have to think about. These are things that people live with. As a matter of fact, I'm sure you speak your mother tongue. I speak mine, and I'm sure all of us do. So that is the backbone of pride. So we need to think, I would say, we need to use our reason, our intelligence to be able to analyze and not face those political realities we make misbehavior all the time.
Thank you. Thank you for that eloquent analysis. Professor Ayangwe, I think the second part of the question was to you, and you can also add in if you wanted to comment on what Professor Nganang just said. Yeah, I see your hand is up. You're a panelist. You will soon have your chance. Prof, are you there? Okay, so I think there was a general question by Heritage about how do we put our heads together and move this, because there have been very, very interesting proposals from the panel. So yeah, you're itching, then we'll come to Professor Fubanjom.
I'm unmuted too, so I want to take the floor right now. So if you don't mind, just wait until I respond.
Go ahead.
Okay. Right. Now I want to respond to this particular question about the divisions in the struggle and why there's so much division. Now, it's good that our society is made of the alpha male that propagates society. So our community has a lot of these very, very ambitious alpha males, the age, and each one who is the head of, a group sees themselves as the future president of Amazonia or Southern Cameroon or whatever we call ourselves. This is an analysis that I'm taking from Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. We've acquired so many bad habits, from the PR regime. And, it's interesting to let our new family members here know that all those bad habits that we acquired from PR are coupled to roots among us. And that's why we have all these divisions. Because with all of these people seeing themselves as the president of whatever, they are taking Biya's style of presidency. Now, listen, Biya is a dictator. He's the worst, he's the laziest, he's the most divide and rule, he has the poorest performance, and yet he's the most highly remunerated president in Africa. If you take president, and some of us around here have associated presidents, and we know how hard they work. They don't sleep. They're meeting people almost every day, they are working in their offices late at night, they are going out to implement projects, they are reporting to their country. How many times a month does the year come to address from very rarely. He's never campaigned for office, he's never run an election. And presidents work extremely hard. And you can just see America. Look at a young guy like Barack Obama. He goes into the presidency and, a few years he's gone crazy. You have to work to develop your country. People don't just think that, they will be bound to and, everybody will just give them everything and then they will become an uncrowned king like no. Presidents work extremely hard. So let me not, let me clear your eyes, alpha males who are preparing themselves to be president of Amazonia, Southern Cameroon. It is a very tough job. And before, we will not take that rubbish that Francophones or Cameroonians, like people have taken from 4 years. No, by the time you are running for president, you will have been selected based on your integrity. I mean, plenty of qualities, but one of them is integrity. You have to show up, what you can do, your knowledge base, your experience, your determination, your patriotism. Don't think that you come and fool us and, you come and make noises and make speeches and things that is good life of a president. Zero. Cameroon right now has the worst president in Africa, the most highly remunerated, and we will not accept someone who will come and fool our people. If you pull it off, they've had a very, very hard life and want to select the very best. People who are dedicated, they have integrity, they show true passion for the people, not to come and do it themselves.
Thank you, yeah. Before we come to Professor Fobanjon, Professor Iron, where you were back, there was a second question that was asked to you, and you can also comment on this. The first question, I think it was about the Banjul and the court cases, and then you can comment on how we can bring our heads together. We lost Professor Iron again. Oh, okay.
These things are not as straightforward as we sometimes think.
I didn't write the question.
Yeah, I was just listening. You should update from what the question was. My
Do you have the question? I have lowered the hand.
I do. The question said we have already decided that there is no international body that could come and force the mind of the public to enforce the rulings of such a form. So why don't we invest our resources in the self-defense as opposed to another international legal case that will not have an international body that will defend that will operate on another case?
Oh, thanks for that, Dr. Foster. So, Professor Engwe,
Yeah, I guess, I think on principle, nobody denies the fact that that's more self-defense. Even if the judicial option provides definitely does not exclude investing a lot of resources in self-defense. So that's the first answer. The second answer I give is that no, Banjo is not a human rights commission. It's a different cup of tea. The rulings of the commission are necessarily not binding on there's some interruption. Sorry, the ruling of the commission are not binding on states. States that obey them, they do that out of their own volition. There's no way you can compel the state to accept the ruling of the court of the commission. This is different from the court, which gives us the binding decision. Still, one factor. But the issue about the ICJ is quite different. If this matter were to go to the ICJ, and assuming ICJ were to rule that favor, and that is not given beforehand, then of course Cameroon constitutes to comply. Otherwise, violation of international law. So I think we must always bear this in mind. The ruling of the Human Rights Commission by the African Human Rights Commission is not binding on law, and the ruling by the International Court of Justice is binding on the states. So that's where I think sometimes go make the confusion. But like I said, it's not straightforward. I know instances where the direct it's so complicated. I cannot even put it directly, and that's why John was talking about when people become sovereign states. And of course, assuming that is going to take place of, there's another hurdle there. You know, that hurdle. A long time they say, what is the genuine link? That is what the answer was. What is the genuine link there between you, Gambia, and in most cases you have to respond. And Gambia have to establish that genuine link. Otherwise, without that, and then for example, when we go in the Dortmund case, where it's just that is part case for abroad, about America, what is the link? The most example, what they call a genuine link. And when I suppose Gambia can easily establish that by saying, well, it's another African country, where all the stability on the continent, we're all bound, blah, 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 blah. But they have to go through that hurdle. So it is something, and by the way, and in terms of time factor, assuming that case where you start selecting, it might take just 4 or 5 minutes, but sometimes longer, for that case to be decided. Just take one moment. How long it took the Bakassi case for a final result? It took over 10 years. It was like 12 actually. It was actually so. So I've left aside the money factor which I mentioned potentially, how expensive it is. But those are some of the conditions one bear in mind. Now on the question of the division, I'm always very disappointed to see the general most marginalized have been in all of them strong in that division. 2, 3, 4 perhaps. But in our case, just too many. And that gives excuse for it. Remember, the other regime government said, no, we don't know what to talk about. So they take that and use it against us. At the level of the internal community, you people are so much different from faction. Now, we don't need a code narrative from you guys. Everyone is saying, everyone is saying, everyone is saying, everyone is saying. So what exactly do you want? What exactly are you saying? So the decision has not helped us very much. On the internal level, I think what it has done is that dispersed our energies and resources. Really, our energies are dispersed. Our resources, both financial and intellectual, we've thrown them in different directions. So consolidating them and then build something stronger. But also, it has created in those religious groups an unreasonable expectation that somehow there's somebody and tomorrow will be somebody. I sometimes wonder why they think so. I don't know why they think so. And just because you created a group, you're necessarily going to be somebody who manipulates the person. That's a problem. But you don't realize that we're not human beings. There is no way for us to stop this. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. And the last count I had was about 30 books. So maybe by next year we're not 20 added. How can you stop it? Don't play at me. We're just too many. Why don't we consolidate, come together and do something? You know, they have to pose themselves that question. Wonder who? That was their language. But I must say, there is, as far as I see it, there is at least one advantage in having multiple groups. Although I will not say as many as you have. That's an advantage that you can big for friends. Another advantage is that it has put the enemy into quadrant. Trying to punctuate, puncture this particular group if you train and do what they want. But they can't do that for all the groups. So the manipulation of groups at all has confounded them. And they know that if they have to control the groups, the requirement of resources, a lot of time, and so on. And this has given us some leeway to actually not do things and so on without the enemy knowing exactly what this group stands for, what that one stands for, and so on. Some of the groups, of course, are captured groups. We know that they're captured groups. And we're responsible. Others are not. That's what I was saying. There's a little direction to follow to say that I understand your position as a lady. This thing is probably not a disease of men alone. The men are guilty, of course. Men are humble, but there's something that men only. For those so far who spend that harmony that having women are doing. But I hope that with all this happening to Christianity, there will be a turnover. We'll have more and more people come on board who perhaps will not say, well, let's complete their position. And perhaps my own view, of course, is that much more level-headed men can come or make themselves peaceful. They don't ask for credit, but just become peaceful. Instead of leaving this place entirely to the men. Professionally, I believe that women sometimes perhaps men do not do things in a manner in a way which men are incapable of being, or they are afraid to do, or they don't want to do.
Thanks, Prof. Let's get Professor Fobanjong's take on this division and how we bring our heads together. Then we will get Professor Nganam's opinion on the division and how we come together. Then we'll take the comments from Isaac and Fo. Professor Fobanjong.
Wars. All wars are fought on three fronts. You have the military front, the diplomatic front, and the public relations propaganda front. On the military front, we are doing well. Our frontline fighters are giving their forces are doing well. But we cannot rely entirely on military options. We've not invested enough diplomacy. We've not invested enough in public relations propaganda. So, sending a delegation to Gambia or Norway would be growing that diplomatic option. We'll be investing that diplomatic option. So we got to do more. Then calling for our members of parliament to organize seeking a camp out at the UN headquarters Yaoundé. That would be investing in propaganda, public relations. I would love to get up one morning and see our kids or see a story on CNN, ABC, CBS about the conflict, about this war, about this genocide. That can only happen if we do something that is out of order. And having 14 members of other Cameroonian seeking go on hunger strike and promise the men not to leave unless the security council gives a case. That definitely will appear on CNN. Will come up on BBC, on CBS. So we have to do things we have to go beyond what we're doing and do things differently. On the divisions within this struggle, during the apartheid regime, the fight for majority rule in Africa, in South Africa, there were multiple groups, there were multiple factions. Zimbabwe itself, that towards the end they came together. We have seen challenges in how we are divided, yes, and the hope is that if we eventually sit down and negotiate our independence, we would come back together. And that's remind everybody who's out here in this forum that for me as a person, the leader that we elect is Southern Cameroon. I would prefer to have a leader who's right now in the front lines fighting. I would hate to see somebody out here in the diaspora who's doing the comfort of America or back there at the end of the struggle and say, I want to do this. No, I don't think that would be fair to these fighters. No, and I think that we were out here in the diaspora. We would be more effective when behind the scenes to advise, guide, and lead. Rather than putting ourselves to become next president. And in keeping with gender equity as my key race, why not down the road? Now, I think front line, those who are fighting who are in the front line fighting for the there are women among them. There are university graduates who are in the bushes fighting the front line. When time comes, we will not, they would appear, they would see them, we would see that they're possible. So, in other words, these divisions will be addressed, resolved once this conflict is. The conflict is fully in, the small conflict is always will do in on the negotiating table. The negotiating thing that we have to grow, invest in diplomacy, invest in public relations. We saw recently America's pullout of Afghanistan. It's not just without negotiations. Negotiations went on for several years. Charles Abel reminded that we do need to sit down, want to sit that we have to have pharmacy, basic pharmacy, best formulations. And with that, we would gradually get to the unity that all of us are seeking.
Thank you. Professor Ndama.
Yes, thank you very much. There are a few things I want to mention on. I think one is particular about the struggle in Amazon is that the struggle is essentially happening without Nigeria being defended. And that is the basic issue. That is the elephant in the room. And Nigeria being defended, it would have been finished. So that is the real thing. That is the real problem. So anything one tries to do is to comment that, I spent my Mr. Listener my last years really trying to learn from history of struggles, not only reading books, but also watching, basically them asking people, how did we manage, how did we do it? If you did, Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe started becoming interesting, meaning winning started becoming an option for Zimbabwe when Zambia and when online states, when Zambia actually decides for South Africa is when online states, became friendly. Even for Algeria, is when Tunisia became friendly. So, Algeria doesn't have it. So, you can extend it to Somalia, you can extend it even Ethiopia now. You see, without the base, one needs to be diligent. That intelligence for me, I was wondering, where does it lie? And from all the readings I was doing, I seem to have understood that it lies in not only knowledge, but in making sure that the struggle finds its own origin inside the country itself. So something that will boil and have people find guns, find a need to fight, find a need to actually go and put their lives on the line. And I suspect from what I've read all along, the motor, how do you say that in English?
The engine.
But the engine that actually moves this competition between those nations. Let us call them nations in this competition. So the fact that this nation leader has the score and another one has the sense that he can do better, that he can do more, that he can actually surpass that. You have Lobby who has a score, and in Mamenda you have the nation leader who feels he can do better. And you have in Mali, the leader who sees he can do better. That is the competition I'm talking about. So the moment you kill that competition, that moment you have stopped the fight itself. So I'm of the opinion that competition is healthy because it keeps the struggle going. The struggle is, I'm not seeing struggles that can run like along one of I'm 51 and old. But the struggle is in general run by younger people. As one of my professors used to say, he's never seen a revolution that's run by old people. It's always young people. And young people have a specific character. They compete with each other. So if you're not young people, you've killed the character. That's the DNA. And as long as the revolution is based on the unity of Brazil, without Bangla, in Nigeria, you have to live with competition because competition is what makes it. It's the engine of the revolution. It's what makes the revolution go. what makes not only survive, but actually be interesting. Because it is actually interesting for those young people as well. They compete with each other and they outdo each other. Now, what are the consequences of those competitions? I was reading in all those, for instance, in Nigeria, very often they became bloody and they actually became bloody very often. Way too often. And as a matter of fact, even Mandela, became the titular head of the revolution. Not because he was so smart, it's because he was the choice of the French. Because the French felt that they could actually use him better. They could actually maneuver him easier because he could use that way. And it took a couple of years for Metienne, who was the leader of the town, to change the name. So you can look in Rwanda, you can look in that it seems to be have this restitution along. I'm trying to say that even when the competition on the ground zero is cooled down, it's still hard competition between those who are on the ground and those in the diaspora. So it's going to come. Maybe it has started yet. It's going to come. Competition is the whole of the game. I will not put it out. Why is it the whole of the game? It is the whole of the game because the war of generation, because the struggle is not a democratic enterprise. In a democracy, you have an election, and even then, competition still survives. So the party that is stronger wins through voting in the ballot box. Then you can know who is the leader after the election. But as long as you don't have elections, that competition, which is the DNA of all revolutions and of all politics, is essential. Why is it even good? It is good because if you have, by the way, I have to say that to also you have leadership, leader of institution, and you have enough goals for all people you have, who you have to go. So that one is enough. Why is it good if you have one leader, and that leader is arrested? Religion is not good. So you better have multiple leaders, so when one is arrested, another one is surviving and keeps the ball running. Not only one but two but three but four. As such, those four will compete with each other all the time. The bottom line of what I'm saying is competition is good. I'm a fan of competition. I am against union as I'm against one party system, as I'm against one leader system. No.
Thank you, Professor Ngana. Let's switch over to comments. We've heard our guests for a long time, and we have to, at some point, let them stay or take care of other business. So let's take comments, please. Let's keep our comments to 2 minutes, so that we are not keeping our guests too long. Let's summarize. I know we have a lot to say. But many people will want to say something. So let's summarize it. Put yourself from your phone. Put on your stopwatch and just help you keep your comments concise. Let's start with Comrade Isaac. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Asham. Having the competition council.
so that everybody that have the experience and the knowledge to speak for us. The second comment I would like to ask right now, as I'm going to trend, so the council of elders actually step up and take charge and bring everybody together for national competition, but make it such that the national community can keep that one voice. The last thing,
Okay. Thank you, Comrade Isaac, for those suggestions. Please let us respect the time factor. I know we have 5 hands up, and I know people have a lot on their chests, but let us try and be very concise. Thank you, Comrade 4. You're next. Unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Comrade Ato.
You're welcome.
Yes. There is this issue. I just have 2 pertinent points to make. About the photos while Professor Kasi Anyangwe was talking about pictures of why should our restoration fighters showing their pictures. The reason why the fighters were showing their pictures it was because we, unfortunately, the first group, I will not call it the government, the first group that was on that particular time, that was 2008. They were so, they brought the problem that all the fighters have to prove their identity. And if you don't prove your identity or your picture,
what are you doing down here?
Your group where you are fighting, you are not going to get support. I, in particular, I had a problem while I was in ground zero. I am talking as with a lot of people because myself, I was in ground zero. When I visited ground 1, I was with the fighters. I came and informed the government. But unfortunately, they told me, the fighters told me, we are guerrilla other fighters. We don't want our pictures to go to anywhere. I explained this to John Egewan. I'm sorry to call his name. I explained it to him, but unfortunately nobody listened. So that is the problem. And the problem is, if you don't shoot it from picture or you don't show a photo of your group or video, you will not gain support. And the boss, they needed support, but just money was the problem. Okay, let me not take our time. So that is where the problem is. The fighters have gotten to that area because they needed support from the diaspora. And it being the support from the diaspora was going to them without pictures, we couldn't have known our fighters. It would have been very, very secure for them. We have a problem right now that some fighters have refused vehemently, and we are higher to show their pictures to people they are asking for support, and they are not getting the support because they don't believe them. If they don't believe them, what about me who live in the diaspora? They don't believe me too. Who can find? I go to the second comment. My problem is I want this out, and I want Professor Kassa and those who are versed with the international community to inform them that we have gotten two incidents that our forces on the ground, they fell without any just a scratch of a bullet. I want the South to know that because of from those two incidents from two different locations, one was Commando in Matibo and the other one was Super. This incident has opened our eyebrows to tell us that we are not concerned that it's a suspicion because they say when snake bite the snake, that's for now. We are suspecting that the Republic has started using nuclear weapon on us. Nuclear weapon on what base? Because formerly, when a bullet, if a bullet passes through one of our fighters on the arm or the leg, we treat it, the fighter comes back. And today, the bullet just needs to touch your body and give you a scratch on your body. After 5 minutes or 45 minutes, you are a dead person. Which means that the Republic has developed a system where they get anthrax mixed with their bullets.
Okay.
And this touches you. After 45 minutes, you are dead. And that is what has caused two of our fighters for two different locations. So I want those who are working with the international community to tell them that we already know what they are doing now.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we are really, really going long, and I don't want our panelists to just sit there. Please, if you want to interject or if you have something to say, any of our panelists, please feel free to interject. I don't want you just sitting with the comments. Looks like we cannot keep it within 2 minutes. So our next would be Comrade Fu Kimbam. Unmute yourself, please.
We in the diaspora, we talk to ourselves so much. We selected, you go to any area, you will see Amazonia. Where are our friends? Why is it that we come to the house and talk so much? I think our problem, the diaspora, is that we are so comfortable where we are, but we cannot use our leverage that where we are to bring our friends to talk to so that we can grow. When you can do it, I'm talking to all of us in the diaspora. When you see Amazonians in the post office, people will ask, where are your friends? Why did you leave Amazonia? You tell me, I talk to yourself. When I look at this panel, where are our friends? Who are those that we will compare? Where is CNN? Where is ABC? And where is this? And then when you look at the people who are sitting here, they are the power that be. They are in all the corporations. I know that yes, we are going the struggle.
What are you looking for?
And by all means, but those guys are there with their blood. Then we are
You want to put it up?
we are in Russia, we are in China, we are even managing
This up.
how can we use that talent to form that group so that they themselves, wherever we are, when we are meeting our politicians,
When are you going to London?
introduces us to them. That is my concern. And how can
Thank you.
we get out of this problem?
Thank you, Comrade Kimber. I think one way will be when we send out the links to the town hall, our people should, as you say, send it to our friends in the international community to join us in some of these discussions. I think that falls on all of us as Southern Cameroonians to put the word out there, even in our meetings. Yes. Yes, they should. Yeah, they should invite their spouses to join us in this town hall too.
Make a concerted effort and make the group to actually target these people to go out. We have to form a team in any state that we are. If we are not organized that way and leave it loose, we will never attend anything. And we should form a group so that at this club, at this internet, at this town hall, we let them give us an update as to what they have done, what are their problems doing.
Thank you, Comrade. Comrade Celestine, I may have dropped your hand by mistake. Are you there?
I'm there. Hello, Comrade.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sure.
I just wanted to reiterate some facts that we highlighted at the beginning. Diaspora needs to focus on re-strategizing and empowering our voice. We have to because the
Valerie.
action of the international community has proven to us that
Valerie.
they don't care about
Anna.
us. They are just reiterating what the ministers have been saying. They are just
I like your answer.
2 cubes of sugar,
You always say, are they happy you?
whatever. That's why even we are
I send you the picture. Vunda and Gamma sent picture for that stone house. That house is, he said, impossible. I will show you the pictures. So Vunda sent the 2 masks in Douala. Okay.
We have developed all the qualities of people.
Okay, I'll tell him to send the big one, and if he's not using the small one, to send it to. Yeah, like Vivian. Thank you, Comrade Celestine. Let's take 2 more comments, then we'll come back to our panels and have closing remarks from them. Comrade Bomboy, and then Heritage American Television. Comrade Bomboy. Unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade, and once more,
Welcome.
what Prof. Anyango just said, and also echo what Prof. Patrick Dana. I think we lost communication in the revolution. We are not telling the story to the outside people. Here is an event in Rwanda. All
that, not debunk that, not deny. So definitely, I think I reached Auntie Yamaki sometime about communication, and she told me, you know what, I don't know what the answer is because, as you can see, so I'm very, very, very amazed that from Anyango is coming out to talk about it. I had in mind, I just didn't know how to do it and what to talk to. If you can tell the story, nobody will know the story. I think today, any children 2-3 years will tell you about Coca-Cola. It's not because Coca-Cola is a wonderful product. It is because everywhere you go, it is staring you right into your own eyes. If we don't do this, big time. And we need to take cognizance and take advantage of the time that I'm talking about. We cannot waste time fighting tribalism or talking about tribalism or justifying it. We simply need to see where we can take advantage of that. I am pretty sure when the fire is burning, the community will have no place but in Amazon. A couple of them have already echoed. I would prefer to be an Amazon. When you see a clergyman in the south asking soldiers to go and tell their people in Yaoundé, only for peace in the land, say those are not well. That was not because they were feeling sorry for us, it's because they felt the pain and we relaxed. If they feel the pain, they will change the game themselves. We will not have a lot of change. So what we have to do, we have to find another way of doing it. They will help us look for the solution. Let's also not forget to bring in our friends wherever we are. We talk too much to ourselves about ourselves. We try to tell our history to ourselves. It's not helping. Let's take it out there. Communication is the solution. Even if we have the best guerrilla fighters, without communication, you will see. I feel so bad that every action on ground zero, some of us learn it on social media. It's uncalled for. I don't remember the last time that talks about how many soldiers were killed. It's not because they don't like their soldiers. It is simply not for public consumption. But we take it as a marketing tool. We need to build a sophisticated communication bureau. Even if it means we have to outsource for that, it is just necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Bomboy. I would appeal with the panel. Let's take one more comment, and then we'll come back to you. So, Heritage America Television, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of Heritage, Mr. Richie, Heritage staff. I want to thank Comrade Aton for being so wonderful with his meetings with the International Town Hall. I want to show my appreciation to Comrade Magidilo, Comrade Mandel, and Comrade Patrick. You guys have done awesome, and you are the reason why some of us are still in this revolution. I want to just appreciate all the comments and the quotes that you put here today. But I think that as much as they are awesome, the problem lies at the level of implementation. When you are talking implementation, we need to adopt an approach. Now we're saying by a path. Because we do a lot of talking, but the level of implementation, I I would suggest, to also put pressure to them to fight at whatever point, because they are not letting using our people as watching. Just the fact that they're using our people as watching, they're telling us that, all right, although we don't know what's right now, what you're doing, like voice on the ground, you come on us, we'll come on you. But I think that is just what come on you. Coming from a point where right now we as a modern nation voting for this revolution, putting the heads together, what only thing we are advising is to commit the revolution. And for people to sort of pull away from the tactics they have towards the county by county scenario. People should start learning to coming out of the box. Because you're coming out of the box, you're prosecuting revolution. If you're in the box, 70 counties, you're 70 particular people. And this is what county by county has brought in this revolution where people are 70 people. People are making teams out of this revolution. People are making princes out of this revolution. People are making different types of characters out of this revolution. But I understand that actually coming out of the box where we are sort of like county by county back. We will be somewhere ahead to the solution to the city. Because right now, what I'm thinking, we are already that we do not go after any particular ideology. We are not partisan. We are recruiting as children of the Southern Cameroons and minority. Just as us children putting our head together to try to see the solution that this revolution needs. Maybe more we wait, the more we time, our people are dying. And we cannot just sit back here and just talk. At the level of international, at the international level, it's not coming down there. But let's focus on the national. What is it that we as people, even with our voice, more than whatever bullets is flying in the air. So when we regroup as people and I tell all those folks, telling them it is no more time to understand. You have to know what you must start to understand. We need this approach to move ahead. We need this approach to close on the revolution. We give it 6 months increment to make sure that we are reassess ourselves. Every other citizen. Because by all this fight, that's why I've been not agree with some of us when we say we can be divided the benefit. That's an encouragement is what the fire is using the power. We must withdraw. That is what my thing is. I believe that we must withdraw. When it comes to strategy, we like to share. When it comes to pushing out the voice of this town hall, have security in America. You can go to our chat. You can see it on there. We are already broadcasting this particular session. And we are encouraging everybody that if you want to be maybe the voice, I can maybe have some people on the show so we can brainstorm and we can partner together and seek the solutions that we will be. I don't mind having people like Bob. I can wait for my partner Diana. But that's still, actually, I don't mind having people like show. So before we put this revolution forward, there has come time that the people of Nigeria will reach leadership has been lack. Prioritize leadership and safety. All one county by county brought and safety. Not much as they see reform. And that we have to put one voice. That should sound loud and right. That's what I would have told you so much.
Thank you, Comrade Ruchi, and I want to thank our panelists. I think to our panelists in your remarks, what you think about us taking a resolution as Southern Cameroonians today at this town hall, condemning the killings in Bamenda, the burning of homes, as Southern Cameroonians, and sending out a press release and asking our groups, Southern Cameroonians, to push it out there so that we can speak in unison as a people, especially on behalf of those at home who cannot speak for themselves for fear of retaliation and reprisals from the regime. I would like to know what you think about that, and maybe our secretariat, Dr. Fontaine, if you're there, to help us put together a resolution. Let's start with
and these are closing remarks, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know how long the panel wants to sit. I don't know how much more time you have, Professor Kobanjong, Professor Nganang, Professor Anyangwe. We cannot send you away from the town hall, but we know you also have
I really want to focus on something that is troubling to me as a Southern Cameroonian, and it is our business of conscience. You know that we have, I would say, getting to over 1,500 prisoners of conscience. Some of them children who've been arrested. The last one we saw so much on social media was this ex-girlfriend of No Pity that was arrested in Korea, a pregnant woman who had a baby, and she's now languishing in jail because she was the ex-girlfriend of No Pity. I mean, the way the Cameroon uses their prison is just horrific. We have the SED in Yaoundé, SED, which is the worst torture chamber. We saw this video of Patrick Dako and several people in a dungeon. I mean, this was so black. And I'm asking, if somebody spends 9 months in that kind of an environment, how do you survive? So I'm thinking,
yes.
No,
I was hoping that when the people are done, that's why I was trying to round this up. Wait, are you?
We have the most.
Oh, wait. Okay. So you have another meeting?
And then you have really isolated prisons like this is where you
okay,
have who are really tough. Now, if you come near one of those places,
okay, so Karim and Ms. be able to do it.
Adopted, arrested for our sake, and they are living their lives. I think people who are university professors, entrepreneurs, people who would today be doing great stuff for our society, and their lives.
Yes.
Giving life sentences, some of them terrible amounts of money. There is something called the Labour that is actually done.
Which song?
And we have
okay, you get the song?
We have Alliance, and others
okay, how much more time you get? Because I don't know when this panel will finish. It'll be longer than I've been thinking it will stay.
Sitting here has already signed on.
Okay. I'll see if he's still there around when this will finish. I know he expected they will stay so.
Because we live in something that's forced to, anyway. that. Thank you for signing all meetings at APOC Network and the release of lot of content. And we have, stars like Richard Bonato. Please, I'm asking you to use your platform, to use, your forum to advertise this, and there's so much that's going to be happening during this period. Not just something that we did ahead on the 5th of January. We're going to try to make this kind of Nelson
we'll just say two videos
and take it as far as possible. I don't introduce it here, and hopefully some people will contact. Wait a minute, contact Elena, senior comrade who's on, or other people who can then bring them on the APOC net and this campaign, so we can at least, get some relief on these people who are bearing the brunt of the suffering for our struggle. Thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, first, I want to really thank my co-panelists and thank the town hall for regularly doing this, giving us the opportunity that pertinent to our existence and our existence. And also, yes, I support your movement. Please, you are
Thank you.
I put a number in the chat. Anybody, it's very spontaneous since you said Elena. So there's a number in the chat. Please just contact that number if you want to join the account. Thank you.
Prof. Banjong, I think you're next.
I would like to what I expect to get from these discussions to follow up on some of the concrete ideas that came up. One, those are like suggestions, of course. One, the first is the killings in Bermuda this week call for a hunger strike. Let's find a way to reach out there to the bishops or to the cardinal or to our people in prison and invite them to organize a hunger strike. Reach out to them. That's one point, first point. Hunger strike. Or even parliamentarians. If they really believe in our cause, if they would like to join forces across the express that by going on a hunger strike. Second point, have these parliamentarians use their immunity from arrest, judicial immunity, use that to organize the sitting on the senators in their holding. And number 3 point, the corpse of the kids that were killed in Bermuda this week. Let's organize an open funeral casket, bring them to the Catholic Church, and send a word through the Reverend Father, through the Bishop, that we are going to abandon this corpse here unless the Pope and does something. The Pope has the global presence. There's in every country there's reporter, there's journalists that work for the Vatican. And so in Cameroon right now there is a Vatican journalist. And so getting this threatening to abandon the cause of the Catholic Church force the Catholic Church, the Vatican, to do something. Number 4 point, have Gambia and to Norway. Then number 5 point, get some of our computer experts to find a way to hack the system there. That's, they did that to us in 2016, 2017, cut off the net access in our region. Let's find a way to pay them with their coin. looking forward to follow up on this. To hear what these parliamentarians would say. Let's either write to them, send a letter to them, or make a phone call and get their response. Getting their response will give us an idea where they stand up. If anything, what's happening in Ramadan this week, what's happening this, I think that doesn't get up now and realize that they've got stand off, then we should permanently rule them out. So these are the points that I'd like to close by re-emphasizing. Hoping that the Secretariat is going to follow up with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, the Secretariat will try to draft something and get the other groups and associations to sign off on, and then use that and send out to our parliamentarians in a concrete message from Southern Cameroonians adopted at this town hall. Yes, we would work on that, Prof, and keep you posted on every inch of the way. Thank you. So, Professor Nganang.
I will simply, my time, everything that was mentioned before, I would say that anything I'm about to discuss, and more so what is done on the ground level is even better. So it's excellent.
Thank you. So, Professor Ayangwe, are you there? It looks like we lost Professor Ayangwe because he's also muted. So, while we wait for Professor Ayangwe, I had mentioned, and there were discussions about us taking a resolution as Southern Cameroonians on our behalf and on behalf of those back home, where we can unanimously condemn the killings and the wanton destruction of lives. We saw the courage of Abdul Karim. We commend him for that. Dr. Fontaine, are you ready with the draft? I think the draft you was. Do you want to read it to the House? Dr. Fontaine, are you there? Okay, yes, I saw that. Okay, let me just quickly read this draft, and then if we adopt the draft, we could then go ahead based on a motion to adopt it, and then send that out as Southern Cameroonians. So the draft we have from the Secretariat, the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall met 11 December 2021 and held a high-level panel discussion led by eminent Southern Cameroonians. The discussion centered on the recent attacks on civilians and the general modus operandi of Cameroon colonial forces operating within Southern Cameroons. The different dimensions of the war declared on the people of Southern Cameroons by La République du Cameroon and the continued carnage with the social psychological implications was extensively discussed. The Southern Cameroons International Town Hall resolved as follows. 1. Condemned the continued killing of women, children, and elderly, and the civilian population who are not combatants in the war declared on us by Mr. Biya. 2. Called on leaders of Southern Cameroon's political organizations to unite their effort in a concerted fashion so as to effectively coordinate the Southern Cameroon's liberation struggle in a more productive and results-oriented manner. 3. Urged indigents of Southern Cameroons in the Parliament of La République du Cameroon to stand up and collectively engage the international community, especially the United Nations, so that an urgent global response can be initiated. 4. Called on the Southern Cameroon's diaspora to recognize and refocus so as to better engage their host communities with the goal of compelling the colonial regime to withdraw from our territory. That's the draft from the Secretariat. I don't know if that is reasonable enough for us to adopt.
In the opening paragraph, line into the word unity, the sentence that goes with operating in Southern Cameroon. If we can add the word operating in Southern Cameroon with impunity.
Okay. With impunity. Okay.
Opening paragraph.
Yes, yes. The discussion centered on the recent attacks on civilians and the general modus operandi of Cameroon colonial forces operating with impunity within southern Cameroons. Right, Prof?
Operating within Southern Cameroons with impunity.
Okay, operating within southern Cameroons with impunity. Okay. Okay, and somebody is also okay. Why not plunder? Okay. All right. So we are going to. Okay. So we are going to recognize. Somebody is suggesting in our chats to add well wishes. Yes, we recognize Professor Nanam's contribution too. Professor, so what do we think? At least we have to come out with a position as Southern Cameroonians to condemn this. We cannot gather, meet, discuss, air this without a condemnation coming from us, and we have to try to send it out to all our institutions, the churches, the bishops, the civil society organizations back home, the international community, the Red Cross. I don't know why the Red Cross Cameroon hasn't been there. Those kind of things happen in the West. The Red Cross is there immediately to provide urgent care. So what does the House think? Do we move a motion? Oh, Professor Ayangwe is back. Prof, we were waiting for you to give us your closing remarks. We've heard from the other panelists, and we just read a resolution which we are about to adopt as the position of Southern Cameroonians condemning the massacre in Bamenda. Your closing remarks, Prof.
Well, now,
well, we can condemn all of them. At some point, we have to. I mean, things just evolve. Ideas come up. We cannot. I mean, as you said, we have to communicate with a common voice, and maybe this is opening another light in our consciousness of what's going on. That at some point, we have to be more vocal about this. Okay. Okay. So what we will do is we will then update this and then share with the panel if we agree here that we should put out a motion condemning the ongoing killings and the war. I don't know what the panel thinks. Yeah, Professor Bani. and join Professor Nganang based on what Professor Ayangwe said.
100%. We agreed earlier that we've not vested equitably on all fronts. There are three fronts: the diplomatic front, the military front, and the PR propaganda front. This fundamentation is part of the PR front. So let's, if we've not been doing it in the past, we should not deny us from doing it now. Let's do it now. Send it to all of the major media outlets. Professor Ghana talked earlier about Nigeria's role in this, the absence of Nigeria. I know the civil society in Nigeria is very much pro-us, but their government, for obvious reasons, is Nigeria. So we should target, identify friendly media outlets in Nigeria, written newspapers, television, and send copies to them. We need to start now doing the footwork that would allow us to be visibly present when there's a change of power in Nigeria. That's going to be about a year and a half. So we need to start footwork now. We started by working with local media there, especially independent media. Yeah, that's not owned by the government. Why not doing churches? So start working with it. Luckily, we have a large presence of Southern Cambodians in Nigeria. Let's connect with them. On weekends, they can do volunteer work for their churches, for political parties. Let's organize it the way we I know there are two major political parties in Nigeria. We would leverage our resources. By that I mean the Southern Cambodians who believe in Nigeria. We advise them, organize them to volunteer in the free time with these major parties. Then us to get closer to 2023 to the elections. By then, it will be very clearer who's leading the polls, who's like between. There will probably be more resources, both material, by material means personnel on the ground in Nigeria, and then financially. We here in the diaspora put money together and support the leading candidate, person who's poised to win the election in Nigeria. We'll send a check of 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 to whoever's poised to win. The person comes to office, obviously, the person will prioritize or stock, put it on the top of his agenda. So 2022 is not the problem now. Just 1 year left. So let's start to work right away.
Thank you. Can we then move a motion that that this session adopts a resolution to condemn this and put out? We will need somebody to move a motion and then a secondment, and let the secretariat get to work on it and with consultation. We will need a motion and a secondment. Yes, I wanted to finish this and then we get Prof's comments and then we take the hands. So we are coordinated. Would somebody move a motion then for us to...
Okay, if it doesn't bother you, I will move the motion
for the condemnation. Thank you, yeah. And we will need a secondment, please. Thank you, Prof. Okay, any...
So that's a motion by
Yes. Professor Ayangwe, were you going to come back for your closing remarks? It looks like we're Prof. Yes.
Well, my only closing remark is that I hope this silent call, what is happening in Parliament now, the silent call for all of us now to get together and start working together, thinking together, doing things together. high time to throw away this our tendency and go it alone, do things in a manner that you are not even, you don't even consult the other people. It's on key issues. So my belief, my hope, which I'm doing now, is that this would give us the impulse to start working together, doing things together. I'm not so unmindful of the fact that it's so difficult to get human beings. The administrative position they've taken, especially when they've created things, to give them up, regrettable. But I think this is something we can do as well. Last I just want to say a mention to this resolution is that please, you certainly want to add another, a well-as clause to the cause that this trademark of this behavior this way will come on to the water.
Yes, yes. Yeah, we will certainly consult you in drawing it up before it is made official, so that we have the language and the content correct. Yes. So my co-moderator Francis, you said there were two hands. Let's just hear the comments, and then we would bid our panelists thank them for coming. Before, just 2 minutes. I see you and Manasta have your hands up. Comment for. Go ahead. 2 minutes, please. No more, so we can round up.
Thank you very much, Coordinator. I don't have much to say. I just wanted this house, the town hall. I appreciate everything you are doing. We Amazonians, it is high time. I am very happy that our elders are in here. I want a clarion call, and we have spoken on this. I want this house, the town hall, mobilized so that we can have a revolutionary council. With that council, I believe everyone will be done, because we have the people who are ready to work. But since we are so divided, I believe with the revolutionary council, everybody can work and we will wait, fight the last day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade 4. And the Secretariat has taken that very kindly, and we would see what we can do. But again, it is something for all of us Southern Cameroonians of goodwill to put pressure on our various groups to come together and work together. But thank you. We would work on your advisement. Comrade Anastasia.
Yes. Thank you, Comrade Arthur, and I really appreciate it for everyone that is on the panel. We are really blessed. South Cameroonians to have these people. Somebody just suggested that we should, about communication, whatever we are writing, we should do everything that reach international press. I don't know how we are going to do that. It's something to think about. How can we make sure that this resolution how will we spread it so that apart from the Twitters and we do it to normally to welcome some prominent Twitters to write about it. We should find out how to do that. And then about what Professor Anyan Way suggested that we should find out how to work together. I think the town hall is the first through the town hall we have done many groups, because every group that wanted to be inside the town hall to introduce themselves and present themselves to the Amazonian population, which means the population has actually accepted the town hall as a place where we can come and discuss our issues. So, is it not also a possibility for the town hall to one day organize that all these different groups to come up and find out how can they make this working together?
said that they have a group that welcomes everybody and expect everyone to join them. And don't respect the boundaries that others have. And the groups that have been created, they have a reason, they have a goal, and most of their goals are there to also look for solutions for the common goal we have. So always like trying to say you should not exist because they are existing, but you must join us. It's an exercise in futility. It will never work. So we are lucky to have the town hall, and we hope that we can make use of this town hall. Honestly, we should not only come and use it when we want to. We want to fundraiser or introduce our projects. We can also use it for what it is to talk about our Amazonian issues, like concrete things that we have done today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master. So we would like to, I don't know if anybody in the Secretariat is there, Dr. Foster or Francis, to give a closing statement to our panelists. Dr. Foster, are you there? Maybe we lost him. Okay. So yes, let's just give a. I took Dr. Foster unawares, but
Joyce is also.
oh, Joyce is there too. Okay. Okay.
Like to take responsibility and payment to people who might help me. Our voice is heard. I think that not really able to do it.
Can we see you?
No, you cannot see us. Always a on the forum, well wishers, our mother, and erudite professors. We look forward to her participation and how we can rise up our working and as scholars of our struggle and where we are very disheartened and we're not surprised that the federal government is always that has regard for human rights, that has regard for humanity, that has regard for democracy. So we are not surprised where we are as other Cameroonians, and we just want to encourage ourselves. Everyone who is part of the movement was ever meant short, but very short life. Every struggle with steps will have turns and curves. But we hope that together we will create an expression of our minds, these are on happiness around this. So we thank you all for always responding to the town hall, always coming when you want to. And for all those who join us in the presentation that you've done, and we hope that you come again whenever you want. Tell us something we can know, this about, and always like to know. So on that note, if I don't mind, Secretariat, colleagues have anything to add? You all like.
Thank you very much, Barrister Joyce, for that, and thanks to our panelists for taking the time at such short notice. Thank you very much. We are not sending you away. We would ask you if you can hang around for the second part. It's a very brief segment. We just want to give a final report from the 1st October Organizing Committee. But we thank you, and Professor Ndanam, don't wait for an invitation next time. We'll just send you a link. Just hit the link and join us.
I said it's already.
Okay, we will. Thank you. Yes, we will. Thank you. Okay, understandable. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's now. I apologize to the 1st October committee. The schedule today was what it is. I hope they are still around to present the report. Sorry. Oh, yes. So. The floor is yours now. I'm trying to fix this here. Let me remove spotlight. And okay, so Comrade Celestine, over to you now. Sorry about that.
Comrade Celestine and Comrade Ato and everyone who has been on the program tonight for staying put to this segment of the October 1, 2021 second anniversary of the Collaboration Program Report. I just want to welcome everyone to this segment and to say that it is important that we appreciate all those who have stayed on to this very last panel of the program for the evening. Before we had a slot that has taken off, but coming down from there, we will be welcoming the October 1 committee, and also we will be acknowledging and recognizing the collaborators, both those who are present and those who are absent. And under the direction of the coordinator of October 1 program, she will be also talking about the leaders and acknowledging the work that they did to put together the collaboration team and send for their representatives to the committee that headed this October 1 activities. I will start by saying that I welcome the committee head, the committee head of the October 1 program, Korea Magi, she was the chairperson of the committee, and we have Comrade Bendis, who was the coordinator of the team, and we have the vice chairperson, who was Comrade Chiato. They all did a very good job, and we want to appreciate the fact that the way he led the team gave birth to the results that we all witnessed on that day of October 1. I also want to acknowledge and recognize the collaborators, those who came from the different groups, the different organizations that formed the team that worked on the October 1 program. I would like to appreciate, recognize and appreciate the AIs. They really came through big time. And first of all the contributions that came from the different representatives that were sent by different groups and organizations that day was actually made a great success. The Global Task Force also had their representatives sent through to this committee, and all the contributions that came from those representatives really boosted the day and gave it an edge. We want to thank the team from Italy who sent in their financial contributions. And not talking of the consortium, we also had their representative in that team that led the October 1 program. We thank the AMF who came through too financially and boosted so that some of the things that they had to provide financially came to We want to also thank the ARG, the Amazonian Revolutionary Guard.
Now see your face.
Very fast. We want to thank also the humanitarian representatives. They also came in. And reading all this really brings to mind the importance of positive collaboration within the Amazonian communities. It doesn't matter the group where we find ourselves, but what I want to emphasize is the importance of positive collaboration. The importance of positive collaboration is the key that we need in our revolution at this moment. And really all these groups and organizations that came through really emphasize on that part. We also want to appreciate the HDRR head of country representative, the state representative there, Community Bible there at the head, and have Community Celestine was also there, even though she was there in many capacities, but we acknowledge that you're also a member of the HCR. And we want to also thank the IG. The IG was there, and not only there, but this champions this collaboration through this Department of Foreign Affairs. We also want to thank Sam Soya Foundation. They also played a very, very vital role during this period of October 1 commemoration. So we also want to thank, not forgetting those who made our flyers. They are also very much appreciated for the effort that they did through that day. We saw beautiful flyers that came through, and it was the effort of some of our companies. We really appreciate it. We want to also appreciate STBC TV board. They were also there present. They were part of the team that coordinated the events of October 1, which we actually started the coordination just in September. So they have been on board throughout the planning phase. We also want to thank the town hall secretariat. Cannot forget you guys. You did a very marvelous job, and we really, really, really want to appreciate it. Even up till today that we're doing the report, it is still your handwriting all over it. We appreciate you so very much. Not even forgetting those individuals who made their contributions towards the success of this thing, of which their names I will not be calling, but I just want them to know that we appreciate the work that they did through their financial contributions, and we are hoping that as we continue in our revolution, which we are praying that it will take long, collaboration that we started 2 years ago, that this year is 25, and next year it will even be more on the grand side, and many people come on board, many organizations will come on board for that collaboration to be active. Thank you so much, but right before I want to hand over to Comrade, who will now take the second part of acknowledging the leaders that were in that collaboration team to make the one successful. Over to you, Comrade Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Karim, for that presentation. I think you've done most of it. Good evening, comrades. It's always a pleasure to come back to you people after having a project.
Yeah.
To come back and
The address is 210 Summit Road, Mount Laurel.
Without you, it wouldn't have been successful. So, this evening we are here to appreciate, like Karin already said, we appreciate every Amazonian because we do our things differently in different places. So, we will start by appreciating all the groups that Comrade have been listed. And to be honest, if I have to call names of all the leaders, I will not be able to go through, or I'm going to leave some things out, and those people might think that we never appreciated what they did. But honestly, we appreciated every Amazonian, we appreciated those in the diaspora, we appreciate those on ground zero, because I think they were the backbone of the success of 20.
Head northeast on.
I think this has been a journey. We started in 2021. We brought these different groups together.
And it was a big challenge last year. A lot of things fell on the way. But we said, none of us is an expert in this revolution. So we learn as we go along. And we picked up from where we left it last year. We wrote letters out requesting for all different groups to come together so we could work as a team towards the celebration of our 1st October 2021. And like Karim acknowledged the field, I want to say thank you again to Comrade Ato for doing a fantastic job. Thank you to Comrade Allen of the DAC community for doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Yamadi. Thank you, Comrade Francis, the SCC. Thank you, Comrade Chato of Consortium. We also have individual NGOs who they didn't actually want to come forward because of the nature of the work we do and the risk that they're exposed to. We appreciate you people not calling the organizations and your names because we understand the risk. I want to appreciate Comrade Celestine. I want to appreciate Comrade Karin for the great job, Comrade Divine. The House of Conference, you guys did a fantastic job, and thank you, Comrade Divine, for bringing them together. If I just want to appreciate, I'll appreciate everyone, so I appreciate every Amazonian. And now we want to appreciate AIPC. And we are picking out AIPC because of the great work we did. And we'll be coming back onto that when the different leaders, when it's time for the different leaders to talk. So I don't know if Comrade Ibai is on this line. And before we go to Comrade Ibai, Prof, I'm happy you're here. This project came from your department. So I don't know if you've got a word to say before we continue to bring in the other members who were all collaborators towards the success of 2022.
Thank you very much. I can only say that this is an example of the kind of thing we're talking about. Groups collaborating, pulling together their strength and resources for a common goal. And I just wish this example can be integrated at the level of, say, the three core areas of our struggle. That is to say, ground zero, foreign affairs, and at the political level. Very fantastic. So I have an example already in-house to go by. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Prof. I think Comrade Ibai will speak on behalf of the conference. Comrade Ibai, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Well, I really want to
Yeah. Francis.
send out my salutations
Huh?
to
Yes, say, I don't hear you.
wonderful job.
Yes, I hear you.
Some notice.
Yes, I hear you, Francis.
Our ladies
I hear you,
on the ground who
Francis.
bring all the odds. Know what it is. Not limit out our population. And also pray for inspiration. And just like the Bob said, this should be an example of the type of collaboration that we really want in this revolution.
Yes, I will hear you. Okay. 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 Okay.
they go come on meeting.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay.
Stop pointing fingers and sitting on the fence, just like some people are united. This is a situation. This is that some might want to ask. Who are not got it badly, who have not yet got it against what is celebrating. Just want those people to understand that Sunday Cameroon want to start the and the fact that our independence was confiscated and put in the wrong basket doesn't mean that we were it. And we are celebrating that day because it was initial decision by the United Nations that gave us independence. A clause by the United Nations which is very strict. So I just want to call on particularly those of us in the diaspora to start preparing for the next year and avoid the last minute celebrations that always us on our way. We are free, but freedom doesn't come easy. We are at the stage of actually manifesting our ability to rule ourselves. And no one should sit behind and wait after the revolution was considered as accidents. The conscience is not to do something now. Let's start very next year. Maybe we will do it for that. Maybe we will still do it in the diaspora. One or two know. Only God knows because of their security. They are free to let's keep on by thank you very much. I know ladies. Appreciate all what you guys did. And we are bound to work together. There's no house without woman. So you are always on the track.
Thank you very much, Comrade Ibai. I think the House of Council Reps, we know they've done a lot in this revolution, and we still keep looking up to you guys because we have to do it together. Thank you very much. I think our next speaker is going to be Emmanuel from Ghana. We have a diplomatic move in Ghana, which is already giving us the opportunity to build relationships with some other universities and other organizations in Ghana. And during our 1st October, that project was sponsored by AIPC. So it's Comrade Emmanuel here to speak on behalf of that. Comrade Emmanuel.
Maybe he dropped it, or sometimes he has a challenge with communication.
Yeah, he's
Find
just-
out before you know.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think after the 1st October, we saw some videos came out with some young people in the university talking about, there was actually like debates and other aspects that went on in Ghana in relation to our struggle. So I think I'm just going to leave it at that. And Comrade Celestine, please, can you contact Comrade Emmanuel to come give us the full story? And before we move on to the other speakers, I would like to make it very clear in this house to understand that we raised some funds, and the money we raised was distributed. It wasn't distributed. We brought all the groups together, defense groups together, to decide on what they wanted to do with the contribution. And it was such a pleasure to see our boys coming together, agreeing on what they want to do, and to work as one. We will not be going into details how the money was used, but I'm going to ask current actors, people from the AMF members that would like to say the word here, because we've worked with them since last year. I think this is the second year running, and I think we used the strategy last year. We supported all the different groups on the ground. So, current actors.
I don't see any of them. I saw some people before. I don't know if they've waited and left, but I cannot give names, but I can acknowledge and attest to the house that money was sent. There was a representative from the ARG and the AMF, and it was agreed that they would get materials, and the materials will be distributed amongst the groups. So yes, our fighters on the ground did receive the money that was raised for them during this period, and it was put into materials. They were in the house, but I think they've waited more than we thought we would keep them, and I think they dropped off. But yes, I attest to that. I was part of the meeting that discussed the money. Yes.
Thank you very much for the answer.
You're welcome.
And we have representatives from the ROG. Anyone from the AROG?
I don't see any of our fighters still around. I saw them earlier on. I don't see any of them.
They were here. I think they left.
But if any of them are there, ARG, AMF, any of the groups, yes, just feel free to unmute yourself.
And there's something I would also like to add. There is strength in collaboration. We all saw what happened on the 1st of October. We saw the way our people came out. I think one group or one person couldn't have done it. But because we were able to come together, 22 different groups on the ground and in the diaspora, that's why we're able to pull that crowd that came out on the 1st of October. So I'm just saying this to say that we know we have so many groups, but I think it's time for us to come together and work together, especially when it comes to our ground zero. We saw this year that we saw different groups. For example, like in basketball, we saw different groups coming together, marching on the same platform. I think I was so moved seeing the different groups coming, not under one particular group coming together, feasting together. I think that is what we want to see in Amazonia. So I think we really need to start thinking about coming together and working together. While we're waiting for Emmanuel to come and talk to us about the martyrdom that took place in Ghana, I would like to say that, like Comrade Ibai said, that it's time for us, it's time we should start earlier so that we avoid last minute rush and all that. I am also going to suggest here that even before we start planning towards the 1st of October, we're going to maintain this collaboration team, and we are open to
to other groups that are ready to join us. And we will not only collaborate with the 1st of October, we look forward to working in so many different aspects of the future. So when there are necessary things that we think the group can come together and talk about, then we will make those meetings to happen. Because it's all about ground zero. So all the other groups are open. We come and we work together and make ground zero what we want it to be. Is Comrade Celestine still here?
She dropped and then I got her back in. I don't know why she was not. I think she. I thought she came back in. I admitted her. She may be having some network issues. She had sent some songs, a couple of songs. So if it's on the schedule, let me know when it's time to play.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think those songs. I don't know if we've got our leaders, Comrade John Bakru. He was supposed to be part of us. Is he there?
I don't see him.
Comrade Yerima? Yeah, I think John Bar made me to understand he was traveling and he was really cool. He was able to join. And might be still in his head. It's not like it's very clear. And Comrade Yerima, he wasn't very sure to join because he's been very unwell after the trip he made in the US. So, since we can't have Comrade Emmanuel here, we also.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Comrade. Good to have you. We wanted you to take us through what happened in Ghana for the 1st October celebration. So the floor is yours.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I will not be reading from anywhere, but I will be just giving a brief description of what happened. It's not actually diplomatic per se, but we decided to do our first October in a different way. Unfortunately, we decided to take our flags or our struggle to the Ghanaian community, and we decided to start it with the students. So there's this political science department at the University of Lagos, in Ghana. Decided to initiate the debate on this Southern Cameroons problem. And there are two main halls. There are two main halls in the university or in the political science department. The name just went off my mind. So those halls were responsible to prepare for the debate. They are purely Ghanaians. I think you must have seen the videos that came out. So, myself and Comrade Yams, that is the struggle. Most of the people in South Africa, us visited that, and then at some point, we requested support of the Home Affairs through Community Nest, and we actually received the support. So we're not expecting to do it as a surprise. We came to a point that the expenses too much because we had to reach all other side of the world else to join us for the debate and celebration. Unfortunately, 1st October was a very busy day for the students, so we could not do that exactly on that 1st October. So we actually pushed it to the later day, the later December. And it was a big success because I think the videos are out there, they're on YouTube. You can watch how they actually family. And the worst thing the other side would say was that they should go for a referendum. So that is what happened. Concerning the expenditure, I can only say that apart from that, the only other information or people, I don't know if it's being used or what, that we get from Ghana, there's a certain non-meat that is based here in Ghana, and it's talking about something coalition and dialogue, blah, 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 blah. But it's yet to answer questions were those folks. So that's the question when you contact them from that, and I ask please see who are your sponsors for the centralized. They are going to do everything for the end of this year or early next year to see the all stakeholders of the discuss all of that. I think that's all I have to say, unless there's some questions that are
Any questions for him or to know more?
If I would just ask Emma, how is the community holding out there in Ghana now? I know with these things going back home, what is the mood like?
every day there are new refugees coming into Ghana. Every single week there are refugees. Ghana is becoming the population of about Ghana is gradually increasing. That's the best I can say. Many more people are coming. There are a group of persons who were part of those who were repatriated by Donald Trump administration. So when they went back, many of them are in Ghana, and we are holding our meetings. We have our own problems in the meetings, but we also have a few people here who are supporters. But generally, Amazonians they are coming to their senses and they know what it is. They can differentiate right from wrong.
Okay. Is the country registering you people? Is the UN there like in Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay.
I have my refugee status. It's not their own. So when it took some time, it took me about 2 years to get the refugee status. But some people came around 2020, they got their own in less than 6 months. So it is, you cannot actually say how long it will take for you to get it. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's very slow. Like now they have a break. You just before they see to determine if you are liable for the state, you are a group of persons who have to see immigration, police, blah 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 blah. So it all depends on when the government signs that budget for those people.
Okay.
But at least let me say about 60 to 70% of us are carried.
Good. Okay, thank you for all your efforts and extend our greetings and appreciations for all you guys are doing there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my
So
brother.
also, Dr. Leary Wakongo from time to time to support us. over, he did a great job. He gave some relief materials. And today, he has also sent some money for Christmas.
That's good.
Yeah, so it's really good. Just today they called me that some money is available for Christmas, 6,000 dollars. That should be approximately 6,000, about $1,000.
Wow. That's,
Okay.
Comrade Emma, I want to add my voice to that of Comrade Akro. Really appreciate the work you guys are doing there. And you just hold tight. That's all we can say. We know the challenges are all over. Just hold tight. And we just believe when we go into prayer, we have a lot of stories to tell. So thank you very much for the great job you are doing.
So I think this how you start investigators.
What's the name?
How you start. I'll send this number later. Investigators. I don't know who is people are also it's calling a whole lot of purpose of the answer talking about negotiations and things like that.
Did he specifically say he was from the CDN, or did he just say he was?
He is not part of the CDN.
Okay, but because you said coalition for dialogue.
No, it's not coalition for dialogue. It's not part of his own group.
Which he calls what?
I don't know the name that he was talking about, Amazonian or Saro Cameroons company that negotiate.
Okay.
He called me and we spoke and he told me to call me when he comes to Accra. So I'm curious place it's called. And I'm not really comfortable because he didn't tell me who are the persons sponsoring it.
He called you from where? The number was from where?
No, it's in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
It's not from Ghana.
How do you spell his name? You say Donny?
Don't
Donny.
Comrade Emmanuel, we'll get back to you to get the contact and we'll do a follow-up to see what's going on. Yeah, so thank you very much for that and thank you for the update. Comrade Actor.
Mr. Moderator, if I may just say something.
Okay.
I briefed you, Mr. Moderator, on that particular person sometime early this year. Now, what I want to juggle with Emmanuel is play around with what is going on. Don't drink, don't eat any food that anybody gives you, you are not sure. That is the question I'm going to tell you. Don't drink, don't eat any food that anybody gives you, you are not sure. Because in this person's struggle now, once the spearhead, they are going to take you out by any means. And they are going to use people who are most suspected or achieve the recent first part of how they use individuals to destroy their people. And so just gather the information that you want to gather, then your own information to the moderator. I don't want what I have from that particular process you're talking about. It's explosive. But gather what you gather and let us try to make peace. Now on board the consideration stuff. After your question, it's not everything that we the public know. Once you gather information, discuss it in a constructive manner, and then let us always take it in the place of Christ. Of Christ. Now, surprise our who have trouble. So, already know what you're doing. They have been working on it for a while, and as you said, that it's a dangerous thing. And so many people's heads have been wrong. But please,
Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. Yes, I remember you. Now that you said it, I remember the name with what Emma has said. Yeah, I remember the briefing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commemoration, for that. Thank you very much. Yeah, if we don't have, we have any more questions for Commemoration or Commemoration? Any more questions? Okay, if not, Comrade, after Comrade Allen, any word as concerns collaboration, words of encouragement or whatever you have to say?
Well, I would only want to thank Southern Cameroonians. The first thing we have to do is to liberate ourselves, to borrow from Bob Marley, from mental slavery. Once we can emancipate mentally, then we can now liberate ourselves physically. And I think we have done that. And I want to thank the 1st of October organizing committee. They were very instrumental in pushing back and countering the call for the boycott, which was an attempt to begin to break our morale and our spirit. I was very confident, and I have full faith in my people, in our people, and those communities, that despite the call and confusion by some very loud noise to boycott everything and lock down and what have you, and despite the knowledge that La Republique would do everything to dampen us, our people, in their resolve, in their resilience, came out and celebrated, not just Ground Zero, as Emma has just testified, even in Ghana, in Nigeria, in the diaspora. That ecumenical spirit, wherever we are, to recognize, like all civilized countries do, their day of independence, is a huge moral boost to us. It feeds the flame, it keeps the spirit alive. I want to thank our people, and I want to thank the organizing committee and all the groups that have recognized that it's in working together that we would make progress, and especially the ladies who are leading this effort. It is much better, it is much smoother with the ladies leading the effort. I thank you, and on behalf of the Town Hall Secretariat, we salute you.
Thank you, Comrade Arthur. We did it together. I think the role you played, I mean, we all have to come together and bring about it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Comrade Allen, are you there? Any of the leaders, please, from the different groups that were there. I don't want anyone left out. Can you just unmute and speak? STDC, Comrade Frank. Comrade Allen Dark. Comrade Karim, can you remind us most of them? So if they're there, they can speak. If not, then we don't know. So not here. Any rep from Sansoya? Also. Comrade Paddy, are you there? Oh, Bongon. Just go on to the different groups if you are there. Nova Takumba, anyone around? We are part of the Takumba, so. Yes, we've heard already from the Somebody wanted to speak?
No, I was just queuing one of the songs when we're done, yes.
Okay. Looks like most of the rest are not on now. Yeah. Yes. So, I guess. Yeah, Comrade Ato, I think we thought what happened on Mount we couldn't finish the session without recognizing what happened in Bamenda the other day. So we just thought those songs that played for just to remember our people, our fallen heroes.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. Let me. Okay, I'll just leave you ladies on the screen. I was going to put the candles, but we'll just play the song. That's fine. Can you hear?
No.
It's not coming through. Okay. This is Bufan.
Can we have the volume?
It's not loud enough.
But maybe it's the beginning is loud, but
Oh, it's an a cappella. It's the way she's singing it. Can you hear? Yeah, the way she's singing it. Okay, that's the end of that song. Did you want to play the second one, or that's okay? It's up to you.
Please, we've got Don Patrick's hand up.
Okay.
Yes, Don, can you speak?
Yeah, good evening, fellow comrades. I don't know if you guys are getting my volume okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am speaking on behalf, I'm speaking now on behalf of ERG. ERG communication team gave me something to present on their behalf, on the behalf of ERG, that is the Amazonian Revolutionary Guards. We wish first of all to thank each and everyone who stood firm in support of our community on the release of the Cambodia delegate. ARG distances itself and will continue to distance itself on any act of kidnapping in our land. We also wish to thank the ADF for releasing, for realizing their mistake and listening to the voice of the people to release the Cambodia delegate. Again, we applaud such acts and advise for us all to always try to reach out before any community is made public. The leadership of ARG will also wish to thank everyone who contributed for the 1st of October celebrations. We wish to inform you all that the materials have been purchased and are now on transit to get to our boys. But due to lack of some funds, we are facing some difficulties to effectively do delivery. So we plead with this house to work and see how they can help financially to assist at this critical moment of our liberation struggle. The ARG has been working with some other forces to see how they can build a collaborative platform and working together. The ARG stands for unity and collaboration, and we plead with each and every one of us in here to always send out messages of collaboration whenever we have the opportunity to talk with our soldiers on the ground. Thank you all for the great work that you have been doing for Ambassador. And the RD says, let's keep pushing and work towards unity and collaboration. Thank you all, guys.
Thank you very much for your passion. Thanks to the ARG for being part of that project. And I think unity among our boys is what we cry for right now. It's time we stop turning our things towards our mistakes and all that towards ourselves. So I think unity is what we should all cry now. Thank you guys. Continue on that spirit and bring the other teams together so we can all work together. Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Over to you.
Okay, let me play this second one. This one is called Condemned.
No
Is that from the Charles Agbo?
Yes.
You want a copy of the song?
Yeah, that's the song saying that if possible
I don't know you have to ask Comrade Celestine. She sent them from me. I know it's a Southern Cameroonian, but I don't even know her, but Comrade Celestine can help you.
It's called the Dutch. The Dutch. Someone that please.
Let's pray, please. I think I'm so touched by that song.
Yeah, let me mute everybody, then you unmute yourself, Miss B, so that there's some noise in the background. Okay, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Miss B.
Thank you, comrade. Let's pray. Most holy and merciful Father, God Almighty, Lord, we are people of Southern Cameroons and Brazil. Come before your throne of grace in our lives. Lord, we know we have sinned against you, words and action. But Lord, we are sorry. At this point in time, oh Lord, forgive us. We pray before you, our nation, our pastor. Our hearts are bleeding, oh Lord, because of the tyranny of the life. And Lord, we know, no matter how much we fight, we have to come back to your knees, oh Heavenly Father, and ask for mercy. Have mercy upon the people of Amazonia and set them free. Lord, we bring before you the families of those who have died as a result of this revolution, Heavenly Father. We bring before you every Amazonian because we are all affected in one way or the other. And we ask, oh Lord, that direct us, show us the right path to the end of this mission, to the end of this suffering in the Amazonian population. Lord, we pray for freedom. Freedom, oh Lord, we seek for. Grant it to us. Heavenly Father, touch the hearts of our leaders. Oh Lord, our people are dying. Touch their hearts, oh Lord, to fight for the people and not for self-reasons, Heavenly Father. Touch the heart of every Amazonian in this struggle, oh Lord, to put Amazonia first. The suffering is too much. And that's why we come back to you, Heavenly Father. We pray that, Lord, send those leaders that you know will take us to that promised land, like the Israelites, Heavenly Father. Send our own Moses, oh Lord. Send our own staff, oh Lord, to divide the sea into two for us to cross. Lord, we come to you because we know nothing is impossible with you. And as we fight, oh Lord, we keep coming to you. We will always be under your stone. Come now and be with us as we mourn our beloved ones. Touch our hearts, oh Lord. Give us peace so we can live to fight again. It is our right, oh Lord, to be free. And we know that freedom we must get. Direct us, protect us, and lead us on the right path through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Amen. Karim, were you going to say something?
No, I was just saying amen to that prayer.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think personally, it's not the town hall, it's me. I think this prayer would be a good note for us to conclude the 51st edition of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall. And unless there's an objection to that, I would call on somebody to move a motion for us to round up for today. And next town hall is Christmas Day, so there won't be any town hall on the 25th of December. We will reconvene on the 8th of January when we are going to commemorate our prisoners. Last year we did it. This year we did it on the 9th of January. Next year we'll be doing it on the 8th of January. It will be a day dedicated to our prisoners of conscience. And we don't know what format it will take. The government is becoming more vicious. Phones are being confiscated. Last year some of them were able to join the town hall. We will see what format it will take. But we would like Southern Cameroonians to stay alert. There may be an extraordinary session of the town hall between now and the 8th of January. If things continue to deteriorate the way they are, we need to gather and inform ourselves of what's going on. Because next town hall falls on Christmas Day, we will not have any town hall. So the Secretariat wishes to thank all Southern Cameroonians and wish all of us, albeit during mourning and grief, a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and hopefully the New Year will bring us what we are fighting and dying for, our freedom and our independence. So we thank everybody who has supported this town hall, all of us Southern Cameroonians. This is our platform, it belongs to all of us. We thank everybody and we wish all the groups and all Southern Cameroonians a happy holiday and a Merry Christmas.
Thank you all. Thank you, and same to you and to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Town Hall, for a fantastic session today. God bless you all. Merry, Merry Christmas. Until we meet again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
First October team for the fantastic job. And Chairwoman Bernice and Karen and Celestine and all the boys who supported this fantastic work. We did it. Thank you, Rita. We did it together.
Okay, could someone move a motion and a secondment?
I move the motion to close this first session of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall.
Thank you, Comrade Karim. Thank you so much. Thank you and happy holidays to everybody. Merry Christmas.
Bye. Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.